Right, let's get this baby going. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance. You look like you're gonna lead.
I'd love to.
All right.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
No public comment. All right. Let's get from that favorite part of the meeting then, SAU Spotlight. Who do we have?
Hi.
Hey,
Is it reloaded on? Okay.
Let me grab it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. McGlinchey. I am the Director of Curriculum and Learning, SAU 61, Farmington, New Hampshire. And today we have some great people here to share with you some of our innovation projects. We have our superintendent, Ms. Giselle Pomeroy, Mr. Paul Smith, Mr. Jeff Rapsis, Ms. Kozlowski, which is Dave Kozlowski's mother, Lorelei Rutherford, and Lorelai's father. Oh, Gabe's father.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So we're excited to share with you. We put some slides together. Really, my part is to just share with you some of the demographics of Farmington and why us doing this project is incredibly unique and important for how we use state funding and federal funding, as well as nonprofits. I'm not sure why there's a giant box around that, but that's okay.
It's kind of a weird situation. I don't know. Okay, so see how this works. There.
Okay. And we don't, there's a little slideshow there, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. So we could just go to the next slide.
Sorry, it takes a hot minute for my mouse to figure out where it's going. There we go.
So SAU 61 is a pretty small rural town. It's in the northern part of Stratford County. Our total school population is about 741, so it's small. And we have K through 12 schooling. Our CTE program is Lakes Region. Our free and reduced lunch, as you can see, is much higher than the state average, about 41.78%, whereas the state is 23.74. And I want you to consider that as we go forward, because although people are our best resource, there are other resources that help innovation programming. Our town has a poverty rate of 12.4%, whereas the state is average 7.2%. And the median household income, the town is 60,978, and the state is about 95,628. So as we go through in the presentations, I just wanted you to keep that in mind. You can do the next slide, please.
Sorry. Oh, there we go.
So when we think about innovation and planning for innovation, it really is a goal you have to set. It's not like innovation just happens. You have to come in with a mindset that given the opportunity, given the capacity, the abilities, we can innovate a small school district. And truthfully, if you think about like innovating a large system, it's like turning the Titanic versus, you know, turning a smaller boat, right? So maybe a nice Boston whaler or something. Anyway, I like to inspire, and most of our, I would say our district leadership does inspire. We think big and we try to share that. We incentivize. We utilize the structures of federal funding as well as local nonprofits and other things to incentivize action. So you have teachers that get inspired and they want to take something on, and you're the backbone and you're like, yes, we can make this happen. Here's how I know I can get it done. And so in that regards, it invigorates, creates excitement and energy around programming. And I like to say innovation catches fire. We have, you know, dedicated teachers, they're creative, and just making sure that they understand, like, we got their back. And you're going to hear from Mr. Smith in just a minute about how he got engaged in his passion and motivation and how we made it happen through Mr. Rapsis, who's the man in charge in a way behind the curtain. We like to use a collective impact model. You can read more about that on the Stanford website. Some of the things we've done in our district. So I put the plane project at the top, and for some reason there's a big black box there, but that's okay. It just says Flying Tigers. We started last summer or last year an after-school program called Tiger Beats. It was free last year, and then this year we do charge only for kids that are not on free and reduced lunch, and that is an enrichment program. We've done big programs like Rocketing into Reading. We have an expo project where in the spring, we're inviting the whole community in to see all of the projects our kids have been working on, including the plane project. We got some grant funding for robotics team and STEAM, and that is kicked off last week, and we were super excited about that. We got invited up to Plymouth State University to look at their robotics lab. So that's going to be great. We sent 5 teachers to Harvard for play-based learning Reggio Emilia and kindergarten training. We have all themed summer camps that we did last summer for free, and those ran K through 12. So it was not just the little ones at camp. The high schoolers were able to do Fun Fridays where they went on a field trip. And all of it came from a lot of this funding right here, as you see. New Hampshire Aviation Museum, Friends of Farmington, all the titles. Lots of things that you guys provide to us. We also reached out to Stratford County Cooperative Extension to do the gardening thing. We have money coming in, hopefully from New Hampshire Charitable and the Literacy and Arts Cliff Fund. So that's where we are in terms of innovation. Now, our big deal today is the Flying Tigers Roar to Soar. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Smith. He is an ex-engineer or still, we'll just call him an engineer and teacher. And Mr. Rapsis, who is the New Hampshire Aviation Museum. And then we have our most extraordinary students, Mr. Gabriel Kowalski and Lorelei Rutherford. So I'm going to turn that over to you.
Yeah, great. Good morning, everybody. My name is Paul Smith. I'm honored to be here to represent Farmington and to talk to you about our project. I'd like to give just a little bit of a background of where I came from prior to Farmington. I don't want to make it about me, but I think just a little bit of my background might be helpful and a little insightful. So, yeah.
Okay.
I had a career before teaching. I worked about 25 years as a marine engineering officer on many different ships. I started off my career in the late 80s. I'm old, okay? But the technology was, very, very limited. I worked on a lot of like really old ships at the beginning. There's a stick ship over here with the booms and all of that. And then through the whole career, technology really advanced rather rapidly as opposed to having watches and 24-hour watches in the engine room. It all became automated. But the other thing I'd also like to keep in mind is that a ship is basically a floating city where you're making your own power, your own propulsion, you have your own refrigeration plant, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, anything that ran on that ship, I was responsible for, and my department was responsible for. So you actually become a jack of all trades. I did that for 25 years. I'm married, I have daughters, and my wife said, you can do that all the way up until my daughters were in high school, and then you must retire. So, which I did. And it was a great living, and it was a great job. I got to see a lot of the world and work with a whole lot of different people. And the other thing that I became very aware of is at first I thought, when I first started shipping, that is a very isolated type of industry where it's just, you work on a ship. And then the more I did it, it wound up in different situations at different shipyards, taking ships apart. There's this whole logistical chain of people that are keeping this thing moving. And so, yeah. So yeah, we can move on.
Oh, sorry. I don't know the clicks, so that's
Okay,
why I'm like.
no, yeah. So these are the different types of ships. And then actually I did, I bring this up. as a fun little fact, but then it actually comes into play with the airplanes. When I was on vacation, I worked on the HMS Rose, which also got renamed to the HMS Surprise. And if anybody remembers Master and Commander, that was the ship that was used on that, and I sailed on that for a while. And one thing I noticed about aviation is they take a lot of terms from shipping and they apply it to airplanes. So on that ship, the HMS Rose or Surprise, there are a lot of spars on that ship. And everybody in the plane build project right now is involved in building a spar for the airplane. So it's kind of, you know, comes full circle in many ways, and that's one of them. Right. So, one of the things that I wanted to do after I retired was to give back to the community. And I started teaching in, that's all right.
Okay, okay, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. In January of 2020, and which was a great time to start teaching. And one of the things I remembered is, and I was looking for a community that I could spill all this stuff that I've learned and try to inspire people to that is more than just the books, that there's a whole lot of other things that you can do with what you learn. And where can I go teach? And Farmington came up, and I was like, I think this is where I want to go. And one of the things I remember was that March, and it was probably like the night before the music died. We had an election in Farmington and one in the town where I live. In Farmington, I think you might be able to correct me a little bit on this, but I think we're gonna have a budget increase of like $600,000, something of that magnitude. I don't know the exact number. That got voted down. The town I lived in, they passed the $45 million middle school, passed on that night, that very same night. So I live 20 miles away from where I teach, and the two communities are vastly different on how they see education and where the money goes. So, or what funds are available. Yeah. So, one of the ideas that I had when I first started teaching was, if you can go back one slide, sorry about that. Is, I started this class called Math for the Trades, because as I said, I learned all sorts of different things working on ships. And I thought a cool project would be to build a shed, right? And that became overwhelming, trying to find people to lend time, resources, money. I just wanted to make a, 8x10 gardening shed, plug in an extension cord, run a light, plug in a hose, run a sink, and make it, and then have the kids perhaps sell it off, and then have money left over to buy another shed. Does this sound familiar? All right, so, and it just became overwhelming, and I thought I was like pulling a cart through the mud, just trying to find money, trying to find time, a way to do it. And I became very discouraged, actually, and last year, this plane project came, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. And that's when I kind of just jumped right back in, got inspired to teach again. And so I'll turn it over.
Well, thank you.
To Mr. Rasmus here about the plane. So that's where we are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Cole. Great.
Yep.
Stay right here, actually.
All
We're gonna do a dual act, I think, unintentional, but here we go. My name is Jeff Rapsis, and I'm the director of the Aviation Museum of New Hampshire, which is a nonprofit that is based at the airport, and we do a lot of historic preservation. But we found that maybe 70% of our energy and resources is being put into training young people to be the next generation of aviation pioneers and innovators. And it's a real need in this state because aerospace is a huge part of our economy. And the largest employers and the most significant manufacturing in the state goes on in the aviation and aeronautics field. And if we don't have a skilled workforce, we don't have that section of our economy, frankly. So we're looking at a 20-year horizon. We don't feed the hungry, we don't clothe the needy, but we provide a basis for us to have a functioning economy many years from now. And we found that the best way to do that is to go into the schools and work with them And we created a plane build program in partnership with another organization called Tango Flight. So it's a three-way partnership in which the museum partners with Tango Flight, and then we work with a local school district, and the kids get to build an airplane. What could go wrong? But we've been doing this for 6 years now, and I think many of you may have seen the presentation, I think it was last year, from the students in Lebanon, New Hampshire, which is another one of our districts. I think it's important to note that Farmington is a very different community from Lebanon. In Lebanon, by the way, they're finishing up their first plane. The second one is already in progress. They're doing great up there. Just an update on that. For the next one after Lebanon, we wanted to do a district that would challenge this program to see what it was capable of in a district that didn't have the kind of resources that a Manchester, where we have a build, in Lebanon has. And we found Farmington advocated for themselves. They came to us, their former curriculum director, Kathleen Schofield, came to us and made a big case for this district as the next place to go. For all the reasons you saw that Dr. McGlinchey presented earlier about the economics of this community, it's really on the wrong end of the New Hampshire advantage. It has real issues in giving a credible education to all students and the same opportunities that kids get in other districts. And that made a real impression on us, and we felt it's a great test for our program if we can do it and do it successfully in a district that's as small as this. The key was dedicated faculty. When we met people like Paul, you heard his background. What a great example of someone taking a career's worth of experience and being now available to kids to be able to lend what they've learned to the education of students in a classroom environment. There were three reasons that people thought we might have picked Farmington. One was it's the Tigers, and so of course it has to be the Flying Tigers, right? That wasn't the main reason. There's also, right down the street, there's the Farmer's Kitchen Diner, which we probably selected so we could go there more often. I like tell you that was one of the reasons that I favored it, but it was really the community itself and how we felt this plane build could make a difference. And so we've been working with them for 2 years. There's been some changes in the school district, but it has been completely supportive of this program throughout. And I want to say that the biggest success so far, the students are just beginning to build the plane, and that's going well. But the big success is the way we were able to fund this program completely from the business community largely, and from smaller donations from general population. It's about $350,000 is needed to get this program going. Once it's set up, it's self-funding because we do sell the plane and the next kids come in, and it doesn't cost anything for the local taxpayers to do this. And we had no trouble at all raising $350,000 through a variety of funding sources, none of which were local property taxes. It all came from the business community. A big chunk of it came from New Hampshire Community Development Finance Authority tax credits. And many of those tax credits were sold to businesses that have really no presence in Farmington whatsoever. A good example is Brady Sullivan, Arthur Sullivan, based in Manchester, but with interests all around the state, sees the value of this kind of a program in creating a skilled workforce and bought $130,000 worth of tax credits to support a plane build in Farmington, New Hampshire. And the gentleman who owns the Exeter Volvo dealership contributed $100,000 through tax credits to this program, helping this district equalize itself by the business community's support of this, seeing the value in it. And so I like to point out to folks that it's not just building a plane, it's creating a new way for businesses to be supportive of the education system that we have in this state. There's many ways to do this, and we're exploring through our plane build a whole new way to involve nonprofits in partnership with other organizations to convince businesses to support education, not through property taxes, but through direct contributions because they can see the value of it. So that's a little bit of a background as to why we wanted to work with Farmington. Manchester is an example of a sort of large urban district. Lebanon is an example of a fairly well served suburban type community or a smaller town. Farmington is on the other end of that scale, and we're pleased to see how it's coming together and that things are going well. I think for that, it's probably best you hear from the students themselves. So
I'd like to add just one more thing. And then you say, okay, we raised all this money. We've got this great project. It's over. And I want to say the students have risen to the occasion. They're what they need to learn how to do and the standard that we're holding them to, because if you put a rivet in, you want it to be not quite, that's good enough, It's an 80, it's an 85%. No, we're looking for 100%, 99%. And so they get it and they've risen to the occasion. So it's not a gift. That's just something that, gets kind of trickled off and wasted by the wayside. I mean, they're working hard.
And we do want to, I think it's worth pointing out that we appreciate the chance to come here and speak, because part of the value of this program is that students get to go outside the classroom and see they're part of something larger than their school or their classroom or their community. It's an important project, and so an opportunity to come talk about it is really important. I also want to point out one other thing. Oh, there's two things in the slide here. There's a big fat check from one of the casinos, Charitable Gaming, and the way it supports nonprofits has been a key part of our funding. So I wanted to put in a plug for that, because the legislature is always considering changes to that. And we love it the way it is, because without it, we couldn't have done this plane bill program. So keep that in mind. And then this gentleman here, he's certainly not a high school student, is he? That's Dick Van Grunsven. We're building a plane that's called an RV-12. And when we first started this, I thought RV, going to stand for recreational vehicle. It's, supposed to be a recreational plane. No, those are his initials, Richard Van Grunsven. He's 85. He started Van's Aircraft Company, which is the leading kit-based plane build company in the world, out in Oregon in 1971. And his planes that he's designed are now being used in student plane builds like this. He came out last month from Oregon and toured all 3 of our student plane builds. What a thrill it is for the kids to meet the guy that designed the plane they're building. And I don't know what it was like, but he was there. He signed the plane that they're building. So that's a plus. I mean, that's as close as we can get to the students meeting Wilbur and Orville Wright. So this project, as it's come together, has really given New Hampshire something to brag about. Manchester used to be where the mills made clothing. Now it's where the kids built airplanes. And Farmington is now part of that adventure too, thanks to students that you're going to meet right now. So Paul, if you want to introduce.
Yeah, we've got Gabe Kozlowski and Lorelei Rutherford, so. Yeah.
How's it going, everybody?
Good morning. My name is Lorelei Rutherford. I'm a junior here at Farmington High School. I'm part of the Flying Tigers Plane Build program, and I'm very grateful and honored to have been selected for this opportunity to speak here today. I joined this class to gain hands-on experience in engineering and to learn how to use real tools and equipment. I've also been excited to explore aviation and understand more about how aircraft operate. After high school, I hope to apply what I'm learning here toward a future career in engineering and maybe even become a pilot someday. This class has already taught me so much, and I'm looking forward to learning even more as the project continues on.
Thank you, Lorelei. Hi, morning, everyone. My name is Gabriel Kozlowski. I'm a senior at Farmington High School and also a first-year student with the Farmington Flying Tigers plane build. Wow. Very happy to be part of this program. Definitely means a lot to me. And I'm proud to share this experience with my friends, my girlfriend Lorelei. Our school being selected for the Flying Tiger plane build is something truly special. It's not every day the students from a small town of 6,000 people get to take a chance of what they learn. Get to take what they learn in class and apply it to something as cool and meaningful as building an airplane. Like, I want to see Rochester doing that.
They have the airport.
I asked my classmates some reasons why they wanted to join this class, and most said they were drawn to the hands-on experience, working as a team, and exploring new career paths and learning how to use the real tools and equipment. For me, this project has been helping shape my future. I've always been interested in working in aviation. That's what I'm looking at for future career paths. I'm watching this. But Air National Guard, engineering, all that I'm interested in. The airplane class is definitely a stepping stone that will be pointing me in the right direction to see if it's really what I want to do. And so far I'm enjoying it. It's definitely a great program. And right now, Our class is 8 weeks into the plan build program. We have settled into the workshop. My group is working on building the rudder, a small part of the plane, but one that plays a huge role in controlling its direction. Every rivet we set and every piece we divert teaches us about something new. Not just about teamwork, not just about aviation, but about teamwork, precision, and patience.
Beyond learning the technical skills, this program has shown us how important collaboration is. Every day we work as a team, working through our mistakes, supporting each other, and learning from one another.
Looking ahead, we hope to keep gaining new skills, building strong relationships, and discovering our future career paths. We're truly grateful to be part of something that brings our community together and gives us this kind of hands-on experience. For many of us, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it's one we won't forget. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you, guys. Great job. Don't forget the Navy. As I said.
And I think Navy, Marines, yeah, the
Yeah.
Air, maybe the Air Force.
Yeah, go ahead.
Two quick comments. One, I've got a son at Georgia Tech Aerospace Engineering, who wants to learn how to fly. I told him about this program. He would have killed to go through what you guys are going through. This is a fantastic
Yeah.
opportunity to get your feet wet.
So,
Second question, you mentioned 3 communities or 3 builds. There's Lebanon, there's Farmington, and
We started in Manchester with the Manchester School of Technology, and I agree with you. When I was at Spring Street Junior High School in Nashua, in shop class, we built a flower scoop. We thought we were hot stuff, you know, screwing the dowel onto the piece of metal. Oh, boy, and now I was born 45 years too early, I guess.
it's a great program. Take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Great job, guys.
It was mentioned Lebanon, they came out here.
Yeah.
I would love to have you guys come back here and in a year from now and let us check in what's going on. The previous students that came here, they were very excited, just as you are right now. So like you said, the sky is wide open. I don't say that pun intended. But you know, my son, he himself went to WPI, got a master's in aerospace. His career changed. He's a flight dynamics engineer now, monitoring satellites. But it all starts, you're gonna just hit so many different things just from the hands-on. You got basically a boat engineer here that's teaching you, but he's gonna take and apply all the different things and reasoning and skills that he had and apply it to this aircraft. It's just gonna open up your eyes a lot. So really looking forward to hearing back from you guys and how it's gonna turn out.
It's great so far.
You flying out of Rochester to show them off?
Yeah. That'll happen further down when we get to the fly-off phase, when we have to bring the aircraft to an airport to finish the construction and do the testing that's needed.
And what's the duration on that? 2 years?
Well, it's as long as it takes to be done right. 2 years is a good thing to shoot for, but in Manchester, like something like the pandemic messed that all up.
Right.
And so it can take much longer if there's variables that you have to account for, but it has to be done right. Otherwise, we have $100,000 paperweight on our hands, and that's not good.
Mr. Smith?
I'd like to comment on what you said. I'd like to give a shout out to the students at Lebanon. When I first heard about the project, I was like 85% in. And then the engineering part of me was like risk assessment. I'm like, are you kidding? Am I really gonna build a plane with students? And then when I went to Lebanon and talked to the students and saw how engaged they were and saw the project, then I was like, that was it. I was sold, you know, like 100% in. And I got it and so much thanks to them. The other thing, I'd like to invite you to come and see the project at some point. I'd love to come back and tell how we progressed. But also I'd like to open the invitation to you to come by and meet the rest of the class and to see our shop and see what we're doing.
And the mentors.
And yes, and the mentor.
Yeah, I think we love that. Dr. Wood, I just think for your whole school, the district, you know, this is very inspiring for us to see what you guys are doing. As you pointed out at the beginning, especially in Farmington, which just has a disadvantage as compared to the rest of the state. But I was particularly struck by your talking about innovation, right? And I just think you nailed it, that it has to be planned it doesn't just happen at random. You have to create a plan, you have to have a vision for how to do that. And I think you've shown here what can happen when a public school district does have that leadership and that vision to set those goals, partner with folks who can make them achievable. And we just commend you for doing that and for setting a good example for lots of other districts, and, you know, not accepting excuses for it can't be done because we have these disadvantages, or we don't know these people, or we don't have these partnerships, but just making it happen. Jeff, I've been Jeff for a long time. I'm a donor to the Aviation Museum at a much smaller scale than the Brady Sullivan folks.
It all counts.
But I would like to, for those of you who don't know about the Aviation Museum and what they do, it's one of the coolest nonprofits in New Hampshire, and this is the kind of impact they have. So anybody interested in aviation should check them out, because they're fantastic. And Jeff, I remember when you got Manchester going, we're like, oh God, this is amazing. We have a school that does this, and now we've got 3. And you keep going. So
Well, we
fantastic.
have to be careful to not overextend ourselves. We're focused on these builds, but we've had requests from dozens of districts and from not public school districts, but also charter schools and other forms of education that want to do this with us, partnering with them. And I hope we can do that. It's just a matter of not trying to do too much too soon and making sure we do it right first. So we're building airplanes. It has to be done right.
So, for the school district folks, so, you know, we're seeing a lot of interest in engineering. We're obviously at the board level. This is our second presentation on an aviation program, but we have had others about engineering and dams and builds. And I think that's so exciting to see that we have a lot of school districts that have realized, wow, we can do that in our public. We can teach engineering. Like, why not? You know, the Academy for Science and Design is famous for its engineering work. They have a required class in 7th grade that's aviation engineering. That's a 7th grade class all students have to take. And they do. And the kids, that's just the expectation. You take this, okay, so they do, and they get it. And they take space science in 8th grade. And so I'm encouraged that we're seeing traditional public schools that can do stuff similar to that, to say, why can't we just take that stuff on and do it here? And I love that. So maybe we're talking to ASD about their aviation engineering program for 7th graders. That would be something I assume you guys can duplicate or learn how to do something like that and start them on that path earlier. But kudos for what you're doing. It's really impressive.
So right now, K through 8, we have in-house STEAM that is required by all students as a UA. But we also have some really dedicated STEAM teachers who are really spinning the robotics. So we're hoping that, you know, what's going to happen when they get to high school now. We've got good program going at the middle school. We got a club and a team. At our elementary, we're working on that grant funding right now to kick that off for some sort of robotics program. We have the plane project as a stepping stone, but our next step is to okay, so now these kids are coming into high school. What are we going to do there? Because we want to keep that fire going. So we're trying to plan ahead for that. So those are great tips. Thank you.
I don't know if this would apply to your district at all, but it seems like you guys are really thinking strategically about long-term innovation. So just as a thought, if you ever run up against any of our rules that get in the way, the state passed a law saying you can apply to be an innovation school and tell us what rules you want out from under. And we should consider that.
Memo.
Talk to the staff about it. There's a process for that. In case some of our regulations get in the way of you innovating, we want to be able to open that door for you and make sure that they're not blocking you if you want to do something really cool. We have one innovation school in New Hampshire. We'd love to see more. You may be able to do it without that, but if something gets in the way, just let us know.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Apparently MUR launched a program in September called Heart of New Hampshire, which it seems to me you'd be a perfect spotlight. I don't know how you reach out to them, but
Yeah,
I
can.
No, thank you. No. Yeah, we've been, yeah.
I think it's incredible what you're doing in Farmington, and Farmington deserves the spotlight. And I'm just really proud.
Yeah, we've been fortunate to partner with WMUR from the beginning, and Aaron Falo has taken a particular interest in the program, and we've had half a dozen Chronicle segments that she keeps updating as we move through the program. So we're hoping the next one, we can highlight Farmington as like the next step in how this program has started to move into new directions. So thank you. It's very important that we bring the public.
The state needs to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And so I can't help but shout out like these two did. My daughter flies the CH-53 Super Stallion helicopter.
Look at
and
this. Yeah.
She had no previous experience in aviation before she decided to go that route. And a program like this would have just, I'm sure, ignited that fire 10 years before.
Thank you. I think one thing I didn't have time to mention, but I'll put in a real quick plug now, is that one of the other aspects of this that I think Board of Education should be aware of is that it really depends on volunteer mentors from the community being welcomed into the school to act as mentors for the students. These are people who are sometimes retired, sometimes not, but they contribute their time for free to the workshop on a regular basis, sometimes twice, 3 times a week. They come in for the workshop sessions, and the kids build the plane, but these adults who've had careers in aviation aerospace are there as their mentors. And it really brings the program from a classroom experience to this is part of real life experience. And so you just take what Paul has described and multiply that by all those other people that come. We have a woman who's a former flight instructor at what used to be Daniel Webster College, and she's in Nashua, and she graduated from Farmington High many years ago. She drives 90 minutes one way to be in that workshop, to work with the kids. This is Shirley Phillip. If that doesn't say there's a passion for that, I don't know what does. And that's so important because so many people, I think, want to contribute to their public school, but if they're not a certified educator, or if there are other barriers to doing that easily, then they don't understand how to do it. And so we've created an easy way for people to say yes to volunteering, as long as the school district is open to people coming in. There have to be background checks, and we have to keep the kids safe, but if there's too much barrier set up that way, then that's an issue. In Manchester, we have that because of a large school district. It's all centralized in the superintendent's office, and we've lost mentors because the volunteer process is so arduous there. The other districts, we've been, I think, well served by the administration, welcoming our parents and just community members into the school, which is a crucial part of this working. It doesn't work without, Paul can't do it alone, I think, as talented as he is. It's really important to welcome the community into this. And that's another aspect of it. It's like a barn raising, except we're not building a barn, we're building a plane. And I think that's one of the real values of it.
But you're also building a community, and I think that's really key. And the point about volunteers is key. I mean, I remember when I was growing up in my elementary school, we had volunteers. I talked to superintendents and district people today, and whether it's at a public library or at a public school, it just doesn't seem to be that embracing of volunteers from the community that it used to be. And maybe that's only the experiences I've had and the interactions I've had, but it doesn't seem like it's quite as robust as it used to be. And I think maybe we can talk up your example of the value of that in certain circumstances would be useful.
We found it's there, and we were surprised as anyone. We thought, well, Farmington, one of the challenges will be small community. What's going to be the network of people that will want to be involved with this? I mean, we're in the middle of the state, and they're way off on one end, and so our community doesn't necessarily overlap with theirs. But as you know, we were overwhelmed. We have dozens of people came with wonderful backgrounds ready to help. I think if the opportunity is good and you ask, you will receive.
Absolutely.
And one thing about Shirley that you're talking about, the former flight instructor, what actually happened, talking about circles full coming around again, another lady who's a pilot and she flies the wide bodies internationally. She was actually a student of Shirley's, and she's a mentor in our program, and they didn't know the two of them wanted to be mentors in the program. So it was like this complete, almost coincidence, but not really coincidence because it's all the same circles. But to have those two meet up after 20 years, they were shocked to meet each other at this meeting about mentors for the plane. So, and the students get to see that, you've got, female pilots, female flight instructors, female engineers. So there's a whole lot of good examples being set. And then, and not to, I know you guys have a busy day, but getting back to the students, they're also becoming acutely aware that they're part of a community. And while they've been receiving instruction, tools, parts and things, they know that they also have to give back. And one thing they write thank you notes for, things that have happened. I don't know, several thank you notes you guys have written now. They write them by hand, send them off to people, thanking them for things that they have done. And they know that when the next paint project comes along, they're gonna be asked to help those shepherd that group along. So I think aside from the technology and advancing, there's also that human aspect of what you do with the gifts that you have. And they're also learning that part, which I think is a valuable thing.
Also, when you have the volunteers from the community come in, it just sets a great example for the students that they will take with them, you know, and when they grow up, that's gonna ping in their heads. Well, these people helped me, maybe that's an opportunity for me to do that. So again, it kind of builds community, which is great. Thank you all so much for the
Thank you.
presentation. So we're gonna have to move on to the next one. We're at, let's see that. So that one Barbara, is this? I assume we want to do this one in non-public?
No, so I think the parent,
Public?
I think the parent requested public,
Public, okay.
but we can confirm that
Yes.
with them.
We're in public.
Okay.
Public, yes. Are they going in non-public?
I choose.
All right.
I know.
Okay.
We have a public hearing at 11. So everybody's in. We're gonna, parents, let you guys go first, so if you can introduce yourself for the record and, or is yours?
Amanda Reed.
And Merle DeWitt.
I'm sorry?
Merle DeWitt.
Right.
I prepared a statement ahead of time.
Right.
Keeping it brief. First of all, thank you to the board for hearing this again. I'd like to commend the board for your patience and willingness to grant the Epsom School District a rehearing. As a parent and Epsom taxpayer, I'm frustrated and embarrassed by the Epsom School District's disregard for the board's decision, their willingness to waste the board's time, and their unchecked squandering of our tax dollars. Despite the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruling in favor of open enrollment and no pertinent recent legislative changes in the educational landscape, Superintendent Finley and Attorney Lohman have requested another hearing. Including today's session, there have been 3 hearings, 2 final sessions with hearings Officer Foley, and ample time for the Epsom School District to argue their case. Attorney Lohman's motion for a rehearing came with an 8-page, 41-point document, which simply rehashed everything that had been presented during this process. He offered nothing new that might sway the board to change this decision, but your willingness to indulge her and the Epsom School District is what provides integrity to your process. The revised motion Attorney Lohman released on Monday further indicates she's disassociated with the open enrollment process and its effects on the area plan. She stated that all Epsom students, with the exception of a select few who reside in specific locations in Epsom when the area plan was drafted, are required to attend Pembroke Academy. She extrapolated that if Epsom students don't attend Pembroke Academy, there's the risk that the Epsom School District will pay double tuition for the same student, once to the receiving school and additional tuition to Pembroke Academy. Since 1969, when the area plan was enacted, high school age Epsom students have attended private high schools, charter schools, and have been homeschooled. Not once in the past 56 years has Pembroke Academy charged the Epsom School District tuition for students who are eligible to attend Pembroke Academy, nor has the Epsom School District ever tried to prevent eligible students from pursuing these options. Attorney Lohman mentions that a manifest educational hardship is the only valid exemption for an Epsom student not to attend Pembroke Academy. Ironically, my son and 2 other Epsom students were granted a manifest educational hardship by the Epsom School Board during the 23-24 school year. Despite this approval, the Prospect Mountain Joint Board and myself have asked the Epsom School District / School Board
numerous times to honor their financial obligation for granting this hardship. However, they have not paid 1 cent of tuition owed to Prospect Mountain. Attorney Lohman also argues that open enrollment will place a financial burden on the Epsom School District. This statement is incorrect. In fact, the Epsom School District only pays 80% of the tuition that would normally pay Pembroke Academy for each student who attends an open enrollment school. If the Epsom School District actually satisfied their financial obligation to Prospect Mountain High School for the 9 students currently attending, the Epsom School District would realize a $27,000 windfall. Our argument that requiring the Epsom School District to pay tuition to Prospect Mountain High School is the equivalent of an unfunded mandate is a moot point. The Epsom School District has not paid any tuition to Prospect Mountain High School in the past 2.5 years, nor have they been billed by Pembroke Academy for students who are not enrolled. The fact that Pembroke Academy has not billed the Epsom School District for the Prospect Mountain students demonstrates that the threat of paying double tuition is just a paper tiger. However, the Epsom School District has received approximately $6,300 per student in state aid. Funded or unfunded, the district's lack of a moral compass or financial integrity prevents them from doing the right thing and paying the providers they are indebted to. Attorney Lohman states that the number of Epsom students attending open enrollment schools would require the school districts in the area plan to absorb the increased cost of per pupil. There are 9 Epsom students attending Prospect Mountain High School, which is a fraction of the percentage of the student population at Pembroke Academy. When you consider this extremely small percentage is divided amongst 4 towns, any financial impact is negligible. The final point in Attorney Lohman's revised motion for a rehearing states that requiring Epsom School District to pay open enrollment tuition is a new and increased expense. This simply is not true. There is already a line item in the budget for tuition expenses. Paying duplicate tuition is a falsehood that I've already discussed, and it actually costs 20% less for students attending Prospect Mountain High School with no additional expenses. In an effort to avoid wasting the New Hampshire Board of Education's time, I have followed the school district's policies and procedures, New Hampshire's RSAs, and the board's final orders. Attorney Lohman, Superintendent Finley, and the Epsom School District have purposely drawn out this process in an attempt to avoid the inevitable of allowing Epsom parents the same choices regarding open enrollment as other New Hampshire families. The only financial burden incurred by the Epsom School District due to open enrollment is the needless and excessive legal fees. I am asking the board, once again, please rule in favor of open enrollment and put an end to these arguments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I guess the villain. My name is Barbara Lohman. I represent the Epsom School District, and with me is Superintendent of Schools, Jack Finley. I'd like to point out first that the fact that students may attend private high schools, charter, and homeschools has nothing to do with this case. For one big reason, the school district doesn't pay for the children to attend those schools and doesn't assign them. The only time that a school district ends up paying tuition for a school chosen by the parents for regular education is now under the open enrollment statute based on the Pittsfield decision. The Pittsfield decision does not apply to Epsom for a couple of reasons. First, the Supreme Court did not address the question of what to do about school districts like Epsom that have entered into tuition agreements or area agreements. The State Department of Education, if you go back to the 1960s, encouraged districts to form cooperative school districts, and for those that didn't want to form co-ops, to form area agreements in order to provide primarily high schools, because it wasn't practical at that time for the average town to have its own high school. The area agreements are approved by the State Board of Education. So Epsom has an area agreement as part of the area agreement with Pembroke and is bound by the terms of that agreement and by New Hampshire statute, which I'll get to in a minute, to assign their students who attend public school to Pembroke Academy. Now, when the Supreme Court decided the Pittsfield case, it didn't consider districts such as Epsom that are part of area plans. It didn't consider tuition agreements. It also didn't consider RSA 195A:4, which basically says that when a school district has entered into an area agreement, if you are a sending district, which Epsom is, you shall assign your students to the area school, not you may, or you can do it if you feel like it, you shall. The only exception is if the area agreement itself exempts some students. In the case of the Epsom Pembroke agreement, the only exemption is for kids that live on a couple of streets very close to the Pittsfield town line. So we're looking at RSA 195A:4, which says shall. And we're looking at the open enrollment statute and the way that the Supreme Court has interpreted it. And you clearly have a conflict between the interpretation in the Pittsfield case and RSA 195A:4. And the only way to resolve that conflict, it seems to me, is to recognize that the Pittsfield decision does not apply to area agreements or other tuition plans. I'd also like to point out that when a bunch of districts sign an area agreement, the receiving district is agreeing to provide education for the students in the area. Pembroke doesn't have the option of suddenly saying to Epsom, well, we're not going to educate your kids anymore. The area school, the receiving school, is operating under certain assumptions, one of which is that the children in the area, to the extent that they go to public school, are going to go to the area school. The receiving school has spent money for equipment, buildings, staff, the whole ball of wax to educate the children that are in the area. So that's the first problem with applying the Pittsfield decision to this case, is RSA 195A:4 and the mutual obligations of both districts, of both Pembroke and Epsom. The second concern is the consequences. In this case, everybody has been kind of sitting back and waiting to see what the Supreme Court would decide in the Pittsfield case. The consequences for Epsom is that it is now going to be at risk for litigation from both the Pembroke School District and the other two sending districts, Allenstown and Chichester. Because like most tuition agreements, the tuition is paid on a per pupil basis. You take the operating costs for the entire school, you divide it into the number of pupils, and you arrive at a tuition figure. If the number of pupils is reduced, unless the school district, the school running the receiving school, is able to make meaningful reductions in staff or equipment, the costs remain the same, but now they're going to be divided among fewer students. So it's not only Pembroke who might bring a claim against Epsom, it's also Allenstown and Chichester. So that's a serious matter. I asked the board to take a look at the language of RSA 195A:4 and at the rest of the area statute and think about the consequences that applying open enrollment to all these tuition agreements and area plans in the state will have, because it is going to have consequences. Why should you stay in a tuition agreement where you're required to pay your fair share of per pupil costs at 100% when you can do it at 80%? Why should you do that? Why should you stay in your area agreement if you can get out of the area agreement and send the kids to the same school or a different school and again, pay only 80%? So I really think people need to think about the consequences of applying the Pittsfield decision to area and tuition agreements. Finally, the Supreme Court decision in the Pittsfield case, if applied to Epsom, creates an unfunded mandate for Epsom in violation of the New Hampshire Constitution. Now, why do I say that? Because Epsom could very well end up paying twice for the same students because of the claims that the other districts in the area will have against Epsom if you apply the open enrollment statute to them. Now, Mr. DeWitt seems to think that 9 students isn't a lot of students. Well, here's the problem. Well, school districts establish their budgets by March. The fiscal year begins in July. There's no deadline in the open enrollment statute by which time parents have to apply. How does the school district even know what to budget or how to budget for these students? When between March and August, you could have any number of students applying. So for those reasons, I think that the board should take a very close look at the consequences of saying that open enrollment overrides another statute, RSA 195A4, and basically tears up all the tuition agreements in this state. Thank you very much. Jack, I don't know if you have anything you want to add?
The only thing I wanted to add is that, I mean, I commend the parents for their passion for pursuing what's the best interest of their child. And what I'm trying to do is advocate for the 363 students that are at Epsom Central School, as well as the over 1,000 students that I represent in my position as superintendent of Allenstown, Chichester, and Epsom. Because this has been obviously a topic of conversation among all of my boards. And exactly what Attorney Lohman has presented are the conversations that are happening. So for anybody that is listening out there, there may be an option for new legal representation among all of my districts, because that's what it's going to lead to if this continues. But like I said, I admire Mr. DeWitt for his passion on this, but I have to look after the other students that I represent. So thank you.
I'll get to you in a second, and I just want to, Attorney Lemon, you said that the open enrollment statute is very different than the other cases where you've got charter schools or kids attending private schools or other things, because the school district doesn't pay for the student to attend those schools and doesn't assign them. Can you clarify what you mean by that? Doesn't assign them?
I'm sorry, can you speak up?
You said that under those other cases where the parents choose a school to go to, the district doesn't assign those students. That's why this is different. Can you clarify what that means?
Well, what I'm saying is that when a student goes to private school or a charter school, or the parent decides to homeschool, or the parent decides to establish an EFA, the school district where the student resides does not pay the tuition.
They don't pay, but you said assign them.
It doesn't assign them. That's
Are you
correct.
saying that under the open enrollment statute, the Epsom district is assigning those kids to Prospect Mountain?
Well, no, Epsom doesn't assign them to Prospect Mountain. That's true, but if you're making a distinction between assigning and paying, I don't know how that, I mean, certainly Pembroke could make the argument that, well, or Epsom could make the argument, we're not assigning the students to Prospect Mountain, and therefore we're okay. Pembroke can make the argument, the whole point of the area agreement is that you send all your students to Pembroke and you pay for it. It's not fair to Pembroke to say, oh, but we can assign them somewhere else. It's clear that.
So this is where I want to get down to what's actually happening under the statute. The area agreement requires Epsom to send its resident pupils that it assigns to a school to send them to that area school. But obviously that doesn't apply to the students of the parents who choose an EFA or choose a charter school or choose a private school. The open enrollment statute, RSA 194D2, reads establishment, parental choice, admissions.
I don't dispute.
Epsom isn't assigning any kids to an open enrollment school. The parents are choosing to go there, just like they do in those other forms of parental choice. That's the language that's actually in the statute, is that Epsom's not assigning the student, the parent is choosing. And you go down in the statute and it says, every open enrollment school shall make available information about its curriculum and policies to all parents and pupils considering enrollment in that school, right? So clearly The open enrollment statute is a parental choice statute where the parent chooses where the kid goes to school. So in that case, I understand that it then also requires the sending district to pay from its own property taxes, unlike those other statutes. I understand that, but it's not a violation, as I see it, of the area agreement, because that parent has made a choice to switch schools. You're not violating the agreement by reassigning a kid. The parent has made that choice. That's the key legal distinction. Is it
Well, I
not?
think that's elevating form over substance. The substance of the area agreement is that the receiving school is supposed to be paid by the sending school to send its students. And when you siphon off 9 students from the student body, that imposes an additional expense on the other districts that wouldn't be there. So
If
I agree the statute says assign, but the whole point of the statute is that the sending district pays.
Right, the kids who choose to go there. So if the parent chooses to send their kid to a private school or through an EFA or a homeschool or send to the open enrollment school next door, that relieves you of the obligation of sending that kid to the area agreement school. I mean, that's plain as day. That kid is no longer bound by the area agreement because the parent has exercised the choice under the statute as clearly spelled out in 194D2.
Well, I understand the argument that you're making. But I think if you look at the purpose of the area agreement contract and the whole point of saying that the sending districts will assign their kids to the area school is that the sending districts will pay to send the kids to the area school. The whole arrangement is set up under the assumption that the students from these towns are going to go to the area school with few exceptions.
Right,
It
but
is
if their parent
different.
chooses a different option. So what you're saying is the parent, because you guys have entered a contract that nullifies every resident parent, every resident family, it nullifies their ability to choose an open enrollment school. They could choose an EFA, they could choose anything else, but they can't choose an open enrollment school if they're under an agreement because your contract supersedes the parent's right to decide where they go to school.
Well, except that our contract long predates the open enrollment statute. Furthermore, there is a distinction here between the choices the parents have that the school district is not compelled to pay for and the choice under the open enrollment statute where you're saying the school board, even though it has a contract with another district that was approved by the voters, by the way, and by the Department of Education, now can just ignore that contract and its obligations.
Contract though. So 193.1, duty of a parent, compulsory attendance by pupil. Parent is responsible, is required to cause their child to attend the public school to which the child is assigned, the resident district. Unless the child is attending a New Hampshire public school outside the district. So again, that statute predates the air agreement statute. That's the basic foundation on which everything is built. And it says you don't have to attend your assigned school if you're attending another public school. So again, it undermines your argument that the district can decide where those kids go by virtue of signing a contract. Like, so if you sign a contract to tuition all the kids out, that cannot nullify the parent's fundamental right to choose where to send their kid, just because you signed that contract.
No, I disagree. The area contract is not something that a school board or a superintendent inflicts on a school district. The area contract was approved by the voters of the school district, and it is an agreement or a contract.
Right.
It was also approved by the state board.
Right, for the kids who are resident enrolled and who are going to that school, right? So again, if the parent exercising their fundamental right, I think your argument would be perfectly destructive of the opponents here if Epsom was reassigning kids to the open enrollment school. If Epsom said, We have an area agreement, but notwithstanding the area agreement, we are, as a superintendent, I'm going to assign these 9 kids to a different school. I don't think you could legally do that. I think you have a contractual obligation to send them through the area agreement. So I totally agree with you there. But the statute governing open enrollment declares that it's a parent's choice to select an open enrollment school. It's not a district assignment.
Again, I disagree because I think that your attempt to, parse the language and separate assignment from the obligation to pay is contrary to the entire framework of the area statute. And obviously, you and I don't agree on this.
And the only caveat for the a district that's part of the area agreement to pay tuition to another school district ended in 1972. And that's under section H in the area agreement. So I think that's the part of the point of contention. Parents can have freedom of choice, but the second that the district pays tuition to another school district, that's the issue. That's the issue.
But I don't, you still have the 2 different statutes that exist at the same time. One of which says you have to send your kid to your resident school unless your kid is going to a different public school. So you have that option, that's in statute. And then the open enrollment statute, which says the open enrollment districts exist to give parents the choice to choose another alternative. So again, you're not assigning these kids, which would be a violation of the area agreement. If the district were assigning them, I think you have a slam dunk case to say that you can't do that. Now, the other part on the unfunded mandate, I wonder if you can flesh that out a little bit, because it's not the case now that anyone's double paying. So that's a hypothetical that it might happen.
Well, I think
Paying, so I just want to be clear, you're not saying that sending the student to the open enrollment school itself is the unfunded mandate if that is allowed to happen. What you're saying, just to be clear, I'm gonna make sure I understand, is if the district has to double pay, if you have to pay to send, if you have to pay tuition for that child to the area school, and you have to pay for that kid to go to the open enrollment school, so you're double paying, that would be the unfunded mandate, just to make sure I
Well, I
understand.
think that's clearly an unfunded mandate. I also think that having to pay to send a kid to a different school when you're already operating a school is an unfunded mandate, but that's not the issue here. The issue here is whether requiring Epsom to pay to send these kids or for these students to attend an open enrollment school is an unfunded mandate, and it is because Epsom is already obligated by the terms of its area agreement to pay to send those kids to Pembroke Academy. And I do think the superintendent made a very good point here. It's not just a question of RSA 195A4, A:4, which talks about assign. It's also the agreement itself. If you look at paragraph H, which directly requires the sending district to pay tuition. So
Respectfully, I may have a point of order.
Go ahead.
There's a motion for a rehearing.
Yep.
Are we having a rehearing or? do we need-
Typically we hear the arguments and then decide if we're gonna
Okay.
rehear, if we're gonna open it up for a rehearing. That's how
Okay.
we've always kind of done it.
Okay.
So I get your point. It does feel like we're in a rehearing of the case. I really was trying to understand the legal argument. So anything else you want?
No, that was it.
Are we able to
If you guys want to
open
go
a
ahead,
rehearing?
if you would like to put that as a motion and say, let's rehear it, we can do that.
I make a motion, to reconsider our August 15th, 2025 decision, and rehear.
Second.
Okay.
Second from Bill. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all right, so we're open to rehearing now. I know it's all lined up. I think I've already gotten my points across in my questions. Does anybody else wanna?
I just, I'm hearing about, district paying and all that, but RSA 193(3) allows the superintendent to assign a student at a request of a parent, in the interest of the student. How does that stand with all of this? And I always say that, having been a local school member from a sending district, where we had a superintendent assign a student to another district under 193.3, out of the interest of the student. How does that work if it's in violation of your area agreement?
Well, I think that's always been in the, let me back up for a minute. Manifest educational hardship, which is the statute that allows the school board to place a student other than the school he would normally attend, has been on the books for a long time. That statute was amended, I think maybe 15 years ago, to say, oh, well, the superintendent can reassign based on best interest of the student. Actually, that's something superintendents have done forever. They really didn't need the statute to allow it. But in terms of an area agreement, I believe the statute is RSA 195A:4A. That may be the wrong one. But it basically says that if you're going to reassign a student based on manifest educational hardship, both the receiving district school board and the sending district school board have to agree. Now, Mr. DeWitt mentioned that there had been an assignment based on best interest or based on manifest educational hardship back for the 1923-24 school year. That was an error because the only board that voted on that reassignment was the Epsom School Board, whereas the statute requires both boards to agree on manifest educational hardship, which is why, and the parent just never went back to request that the Pembroke School Board also agree to it. But anyway, I'm digressing
excuse
from
me.
your question. The superintendent, excuse me,
can I
could I
interject?
finish? No, could I finish and then you can speak?
I apologize.
The superintendent can assign a particular student based on best interest of the child under the statute. That's true. That authority is there even with an area agreement.
What you just said, I'm confused. I apologize. You had mentioned manifest hardship, and then you said that the superintendents later and now have the ability without manifest hardship in what's best for the student.
That's right.
So if there's no manifest hardship and the superintendent can make a decision on the best interest, they do not need the other districts. Okay?
Well, I think there's an assumption that when the superintendent does that, it really and truly is going to be based on the best interest of the child. Furthermore, there's no appeal if the superintendent denies that request. But usually that's used, for example, if a student is being bullied, sometimes the only remedy is to separate the bully and the victim.
Right. Then maybe to Ken's point, if the superintendent determined in your best interest that a student should go to another district, does that contradict the area agreement?
I don't think so, because I think that as I said, the manifest educational hardship exception has always been there.
But that's not part of it anymore.
Right. Well, I realize that, but I do think that, for example, if you're a superintendent and all of a sudden you're assigning 9 students based on best interest of the child to attend a different school, if I were representing the receiving school under the area plan, I would file a complaint about that, because I don't think that would be based on the best interest of the student. I think that would be based on maybe the district has decided that it just doesn't want to keep sending the kids to the area school. There was a Department of Education case on that about 20 years ago, not best interest of the child, but manifest educational hardship, where a school board, all of a sudden, that was part of a tuition agreement with another district, just decided that whenever a parent came in to request a reassignment on the basis of manifest educational hardship, the school board would grant it. And pretty soon there were, 6 or 7 kids out of a relatively small student body. And the Department of Ed said, no, you can't do that.
20 years ago, I guess I'm just right now stuck on the fact that a superintendent today, without manifest hardship, in their best judgment, and transfer a student to another district under a tuition agreement, and it doesn't impact the area agreement. However, a student selecting or a parent selecting what we're talking about for their student does. That's why
Well,
we're still talking tuitionable
right,
situation.
but I think the assumption on the best interest of the child standard is that when a superintendent looks at those requests, the superintendent is going to be basing his decision or her decision truly on what's in the best interest of the child. I don't think you'd have 9 Epsom students, for example, in 1 year assigned under the best interest of the child to a different district. It's unusual. It's not something that happens every day.
I can follow up on that. So they're saying that the superintendent knows better than the parents what's in the best district of the best interest of the child. You've got 9 parents who have said it's our child's best interest to go to this other school.
The statute doesn't say that they get to place a student applying the best interest of the child standard. The statute says the superintendent does
Well, but
that.
this, but
I realize that there's that, you know, nowadays in particular, people, parents want more power over what happens with their students. And people are in favor of school, many people are in favor of school choice. But I do think you have to look at the reality here, which is there's a contractual obligation here as well as a statutory obligation. And saying that these students, that Epsom has to pay for an unlimited number of Epsom students to go to Prospect Mountain is contrary to the area statute, and it's a violation of the area agreement.
And to your point, I just wanted to say that it hasn't been challenged yet. It doesn't say that it couldn't be. So if a superintendent were to do a best interest placement, there potentially could be a violation or a breach. It hasn't happened, knock on wood, but it doesn't preclude it to.
I guess I'm just saying that if that is an opportunity for the best interest of the student to move them from one district to another with a tuitionable agreement that doesn't impact the area agreement, why couldn't, to Drew's point, the same thing be initiated by a parent for the best interest of those students that doesn't impact the area agreement? It's almost the exact same thing, except one is going through the superintendent, which I believe you said there's precedent right now that that's possible. It happens and it's tuitionable and it doesn't break the agreement. However, if a parent initiates it, I think my understanding is that that's being argued right now.
Well, I didn't say it doesn't break the agreement. I just said it hasn't been challenged yet. Which it could, because it's in the agreement.
I think it's a question of numbers too. I mean, you're talking about potentially an unlimited number. There are now 9 Epsom students attending Prospect Mountain. It's not, I mean, the typical, you know, once in a while you get a request to reassign a student based on best interest of the child. It's not just that the parent or even the superintendent thinks a school in another district is better for the child. It's that the child is really having a problem.
Quantity involved is a financial decision. The individual decisions on the parent's part are unique. They may be occurring right now, but they're not bubbling up to the superintendent. I understand that quantity has a financial impact, but if there's 9 parents that feel that there's a justifiable interest, or if there's 9 students that the superintendent in his best interest determines, I'd respect that too.
Well, as I said, the case, you know, like 15 or 20 years ago involving the school board that simply stopped applying the manifest educational hardship standard and said, you know, come on, parents, if you want your kids to go somewhere else, was a case involving the Hill and Franklin school districts. The state board said, no, you can't do that. That's not what it means.
Yeah, I apologize. We do have a public hearing. We're gonna have to gavel open. And I think you're right about that point about that district, that you can't just open it up under manifest hardship. That's against the statute. Okay, so we are gonna have to get to our public hearing. But let me ask, before we do, we have the public hearing on, so hold tight. on the initial proposal for educator credentials and records, do we have anybody here who has signed up for that public hearing?
No one had signed up.
As expected, no one's here to sign up for it, so I'll tell you what we're gonna do, I'm gonna gavel open that hearing, but we. So we have the public hearing for initial proposal, educator credentials and records open. Now we can do this, so any other board questions for anybody?
I just, a comment, you know, I understand the financial implications. I appreciate your comments, Jim. But this, the record goes the other way as well. I, as a former local school board member, was sending district. And it was our choice as a district when we funded every year. Out of 260 students that was sent out, we always carried a number of 10 additional students in case we had students come in. Not saying that they don't do that or whether they do or not, I don't know. But when the Great Recession hit, a lot of children, I should say, a lot of grandparents had their children move in to our community with their children from mostly Massachusetts. We had a sudden increase of 40 students. We actually had to create a default warrant article because we went over budget the following year. We didn't get a reduction in tuition rate with that added student population. So what I'm getting at is that there are ebbs and flows with area agreements. And if we're talking 9 students, it's my opinion that it's really negligible. And I just bring up that point that 40 students was a factor, and certainly if that's a concern with council here, that 40 students are suddenly gonna leave us, I could understand that, but I'm just not seeing that happening. And I know that Prospect Mountain, for instance, can't absorb 40 students if that was the case. And there's only, I think, one open enrollment high school in the state. So.
We have discussion yet, or?
Yeah, if you.
So I think based on the district's revised motion for rehearing and what the district has stated today, it all hinges, and I think some of your questions really leaned into this, around the area agreement stating that the district will send all of its students to the area school. Question becomes, when do they become its students? At a private school, it's not its students. At a charter school, it's not its students. At a homeschool, it's not its students. Seems like the district's belief is that if you want to send to a open enrollment school, those are still its students. And I think that, like, to me, I do not see that as its students until people are enrolled saying we are going to this district. This is clearly, to me, that these are not the district students, so it's not a violation of the area agreement. And it seems like also very much under a perhaps broad interpretation, they would argue, of the Supreme Court's decision.
I would agree.
Yeah, to me, it hinges on the distinction between who's doing the reassignment. If the district were reassigning these students to another school, and choosing not to assign them to the school with which they have the area agreement, that would be a clear violation of the area agreement contract, and you couldn't do that. But the statute for open enrollment schools says that it's to offer parental choice, in that open enrollment districts have to provide information to all parents and pupils considering enrollment in that school. It is clearly, unmistakably the case under law that it is the parent making the decision to choose the open enrollment school, not the absent school district. And that, I think, is just the fatal flaw in that argument. Once you make that decision, it's not a violation of the area agreement because the district isn't reassigning. The parent is choosing to withdraw its student from that school and send their student to the other school. Now, that statute then says that district has to pay 80% tuition, which is different than the other school choice options, but it is clearly designed as a parental choice option that attaches some local property tax money. That is how the system was designed. So I think that's just very clear. On the aspect of unfunded mandate, again, because the statute authorizes parents to choose to withdraw their kids from the area, the school to which the district is choosing to send those and choose a different school, that doesn't impact. Doesn't impose an additional cost. And actually reduces the cost to educate that kid by 20%. So that's how I see that in play. Any other thoughts?
Just, I think the parent had something to say.
Yeah, do you want to add something? I know you had tried to intervene
I
earlier.
can say something.
I just wanted to say that in regards to the manifest educational hardship, the letter that I received from the Epsom School Board when it was granted did not have any contingencies that it was dependent upon approval of the Pembroke School Board. It was simply stating that they had granted it. And also when the Pembroke School Board wanted to reevaluate the hardship at the end of the first year, as they have the right to, we asked for clarification from Superintendent Sherman. And on an email to Superintendent Sherman on June 19th from one of the other parents who were granted the hardship, we asked for clarification purposes, is this meeting about the decision that was made by the Epsom Board last year for 2023-24 school year that has concluded, or is this addressing the upcoming school year of 24-25? And on June 20th, and Superintendent Finley was CC'd in this, Superintendent Sherman replied, since we are beyond the 23-24 school year, the decision we made regarding 24-25. So we didn't disregard anything from Pembroke regarding the manifest educational hardship. It was granted by the Epsom School Board, and that's why they're obligated to pay it to Prospect Mountain High School. And then also regarding the quantity of students leaving, we're not talking about a mass exodus. These are 9 students over 3 years. So at an average of 3 students per year, very little, if any, impact at all on anyone's budget.
What's the impact? Superintendent, you said 363 students this year?
Yes. At the K through 8 school,
Okay.
155 at PA.
So your total, I had you on the database there, having 370 some kids total, ADM. I know, so that might have been.
This is as of last week.
Okay, so that's a little different. So for 363, you're down almost 50 students from 10 years ago. It's about 400, according to the state IDM, you were at 411 students in 2015. That's not a small, serious budgetary, implications over that time, but that comes out to, an average of just under 5 students a year to manage enrollment decline. So.
The number of high schoolers is 155.
Yeah. I'm talking
So
about,
when you're talking about the 9 that are presently attending Prospect Mountain, even though it was 3 new ones each year, now there are 9. That's 9 out of 155.
so it's a much bigger percentage of
Not
high
out
school
of the
students, but
total.
of your total student body, it's more like 2%, right? It's somewhere around there. So I was just trying to get an idea of some of the numbers that you're dealing with and that, certainly it's possible that open enrollment attracts more students going forward. But it seems like your built-in demographics are a much bigger number than those, which you have to adjust for annually regardless. So not that it makes it any easier to make those adjustments, but I think the point is that that you do have to make adjustments based on enrollment decline, and that those numbers that you're sending to the high school every year do change. They're not locked in, right? So you're dealing with demographic issues that fluctuate. So 3 kids a year are not in addition to that number that fluctuates. It's sort of in that ballpark.
We're not, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not here to re-argue open enrollment. We've made a decision on that and the Supreme Court upheld that, correct?
Yeah.
We're talking right now whether the Supreme Court's opinion, our decision applies with these area agreements, and I think they still do. And
I mean, I think that the big picture that Attorney Lohman is sort of raising is, does an area agreement invalidate the open enrollment statute? Does it create a force field or defensive zone around which that area, that open enrollment statute can't penetrate? I understand the argument you're making, I think, but I don't see that. The open enrollment statute doesn't make any carve out for area agreements. Clearly, the legislators who wrote the statute knew that area agreements existed. They could have said it doesn't apply with an area agreement. They did not. It clearly implies that it applies to every student in public schools in New Hampshire. And it allows parents to make the choice to reassign their students.
And that they will only receive 80%.
So that's what I read it. And I'm sure we might have another appeal to the Supreme Court here if we make this, but
So would a motion be that reverse the Epsom School Board decision, or would it be that area agreements have no impact on open enrollment?
let me go. Hey, what we're considering is, we're rehearing our decision, this case in light of the Supreme Court ruling. So have the option of changing our decision from that previous case and or upholding our decision from the previous case. So we're rehearing that decision, that case. And so I think a motion could be, a motion to accept the petition to rehear the case. Which we've already done. We've already done, and then to hold our decision, given, after rehearing and reconsidering new facts from the Supreme Court case, we decide either to overturn our previous decision and find in favor of Epsom or uphold our previous decision. Find in favor of the parents.
I make a motion that we uphold our decision.
All in favor?
Right.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're abstaining,
Bye.
just to make sure. You know.
I was like,
It's standard.
The one that's not here.
I just imagine as this. It's a separate issue, I want to bring it up here. So it's not. She's got the best.
Okay, so here's our timeline, class. We have another hearing. We have Karen, and Helmer. So,
This
it's
one.
fine. We also have at 11:30, we are scheduled to have a presentation from the Mississippi Department of Education on their literacy. Yes. That should have been updated, but I'm not sure that got updated on the agenda.
Thank you.
What is it? 11:30.
Wait, do that.
We can, if we want to do Pasquani, the parents for Pasquani are here. Okay. If you'd like this in non-public session, you're able to do that and we can kick everybody out if you'd like.
It doesn't matter either way, I guess.
It's a public session, it's just up to you, it's totally up to you, it's your comfort level. Non-public? Oh, yeah.
That tends to be the-
It tends to be the preference. Okay, so we're gonna, we'll need a motion to vote to go into non-public session for this, hearing.
Second.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
I'm.
Aye. Okay, let's. Ready to leave for a few minutes? We'll come back after.
Lock it up.
Made the motion to go into non-public. Bill,
Bill,
second.
and then who seconded it?
She made the motion.
Oh, and
Ian did it.
The
Okay,
typical.
let me just make sure. Okay, the typical.
Trying to make it easier.
That'll take me a minute.
Yeah, I know. I just.
Getting it off. Oh.
that is a trap.
Yeah, we're gonna put this back. Put it back in a minute.
Yeah,
Let me just stop for.
Me too. Okay.
Motion to return.
Well, we already did that. We need a motion to seal the minutes. I need a second.
Second.
Roll call.
Nay. What are we
Yes.
voting on?
Seal the minutes.
Aye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, I gotta fire my board after that one.
No.
Is
Okay.
that really your vote? Nick, this undot seal?
I think they're sealed, right?
Yeah.
You lost. Vote.
Yeah, okay, no.
Those are both in the
Go on
right.
the record. Okay. So I'm gonna gavel back in the public hearing for the initial proposal for educator credentials and records. We have 12 minutes to go on that hearing. No one else has signed up to speak on the public hearing, correct? Okay. So we are going to move to Mississippi Department of Education. So I have names for you.
That would be great if you, I'll go find. Is it Jill Hoda?
Hold on, I have it. It is. Dr. Michelle Noel. Dr. Amanda Malone. Kelly Crankin and Jill Hoda.
So I'm gonna,
So for anybody watching, we have asked for the, so Mississippi has achieved a really remarkable feat with their literacy in the last 15 years or so. They've bumped on national
see.
rankings from near the bottom to in the top 10 on literacy. And they have a very clear path for how they got there. So I've asked the Department of Education in Mississippi to make a presentation to us explaining their pathway, how they got to really transform their literacy and reading program in the school. So
So I
hopefully
only
they're
see-
here.
I only see Jill and she's, who was,
Michelle Noel.
No, this is Jill Hoda. They were not able to stay.
But it's
Due to
Jill,
the
okay.
pushback for an hour. So actually it's just Jill, that's me, and Kelly Crane.
All right, and I apologize. We just had a hearing that went really long unexpectedly, so I'm sorry we had to push you guys back.
Let me grab Kelly. She's coming back in as a, okay. Kelly should be joining now too. I don't know.
Can you make them the presenter? Sorry.
They are.
Oh,
They
we
just,
can
if
see
you
them?
want to turn your cameras on, that would be great. Then we can see you. Excellent.
Okay, are we ready?
We're ready.
I have to say that I have traveled a bit of New Hampshire. I was in a race from Conway all the way down to Hampton Beach, and you have a lovely state, the White Mountains. It's one of the hardest legs I've ever run in my life. So I'm glad to be with y'all today to share a little bit of our story. It's hard to capture our story in such a short period of time, but we will try to do that. I know that you have the PowerPoint presentation in front of you. We are not going to go through that presentation because we were sent a few questions that we really just want to highlight the answers for you guys. But in the PowerPoint, you will find several resources that we have on our webpage. One is just an overview of the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, which is what we'll talk about today. And then another slide in the deck is our timeline over the past 10 years. People often just want to know, how do you do this? How do you have a revelation overnight? And there's just no silver bullet or magic potion. I know that you guys know that. And so there's also a slide of challenges, a bit of our data, and then some of the professional learning and how our HQIM is adopted across the state. So what we'll do is we will just answer the questions that were sent in initially. And if you guys have questions, we'll just leave a little bit of time at the end to answer any questions that you may have. One of the first questions that was asked was, what prompted the state to pursue literacy reforms? And so I heard you when we were added on saying that Mississippi was one of the lowest states in the nation as far as fourth grade reading goes, and now we're in the top 10. And so in 2013, when this initiative started, we were actually 49th in the nation for fourth grade reading scores. And as you know, the NAEP scores that came out this year, we were 9th. And so we made a large gain in where we are in the NAEP, the National Assessment of Educational Progress rankings. And so the Literacy-Based Promotion Act was passed in 2013. It was really passed to focus on students grades K through 3. And we know here, just like I'm sure you guys know in New Hampshire, that for students to be able to access complex text for adolescent literacy, they had to have the foundation of reading. And so we were really committed to the foundation, which is kindergarten, first, second, and third. In the past, we would say things like we need to teach children how to learn how to read in these lower grades so that they can make knowledge later on. But we found in Mississippi that we had to focus on both things. We had to focus on decoding and we had to focus on building knowledge. The steps that we really, I can put them in the buckets for you. There are 3 main buckets that the Literacy-Based Promotion Act really focused on. The first was a suite of assessments. We mandated universal screening 3 times a year for kindergarten through 3rd grade. And following universal screeners, our schools have to use diagnostic assessments. We also created an approved screener list. So schools have to choose off of our universal screener list to be reimbursed. We actually reimburse for universal screeners. The second is literacy coaching. We identified schools who had a need for literacy coaches. And the way that we did that, we focused on 2 years of 3rd grade data, and we averaged those 2 years. Every elementary school in the state of Mississippi was put on a list. And as we hire personnel, we fill in from the bottom up. And so there's no school that's ever off of our list, but we fill in as many schools by the personnel that we have. In 2013, there wasn't an office of curriculum and instruction, but there was no division of literacy. And so we created that office. And I think Kelly's going to talk to you a little bit about the hierarchy of the office and how that works. But we did deploy coaches to increase teacher capacity. And this is a really important part that is unique to Mississippi. Our coaches do not work directly with children alone. They work to build teacher capacity. And so they are not tutors, they are not interventionists. They actually work with teachers to build teacher capacity through the coaching cycle. And then the third bucket is we really focused on creating a statewide common language. And the way that we did that is we actually procured a statewide professional development. We've trained over 20,000 teachers to this point in the science of reading. In 2013, we procured Letters, which was a company that was run by Voyager Sopris. They were later on bought out by Lexia, but we have since moved to AIM Pathways, and AIM Pathways has levels of professional learning. And so it was really important for us to start with professional learning before we focused on curriculum. And Kelly is going to talk about our high quality instructional material process. But that was all part of our statewide common language. First, make sure that the teachers are grounded in the science, and then move to how to support them in curriculum. The last large focus of the LBPA was making sure that parents understood or families understood the big changes that were going to happen with the LBPA. As you know, it is a law that has a third grade assessment that students have to pass before they are promoted. But in Mississippi, we don't call it a retention law. We call it prevention and intervention, because we do focus on that kindergarten, first, second, and third grade student population. So there's no student that gets to third grade that it should be a surprise. They've been screened 3 times a year. They've had interventions. There's prevention measures put into place. So by the time that student takes that assessment in the third grade for promotion or retention, the teachers and the family should know exactly where they stand. Kelly, do you want to talk about how we shifted in early literacy instruction after the law was passed?
Yeah, I will. So once the law was passed, we had, as well as probably in other states across the nation, we had what we call the upside down triangle. We had large percentages of students who were reading below grade level. And so one of the big pieces that we had to get more or less under control is, if you will, is the foundational skills being taught in a systematic, explicit way with students. And so that's where our science of reading training came in with the research. And as we began training more teachers in the research and the science, and then what it looks like through implementation and structured literacy, what we began to see was we were building teacher knowledge, but then we were beginning to have a roadblock in the knowledge of how students learn to read, and that I need to teach it explicitly and systematically. And then that we might not have had the right materials that provided the instruction that followed those guidelines. And so in 2020, like Jill mentioned a minute ago, we began our high quality instructional materials initiative. And so with that initiative, before we started, we had done a survey across the state to see, okay, how many different curriculum are being used? And one important key factor in a lot of these pieces is the fact that we do have coaches on the ground in schools and districts, in classrooms every single day. And so that gives us a view that a lot of state departments might not have, in that we have people in classrooms every day all across the state who can speak to directly what is happening in these classrooms and what are the challenges, what are the struggles, and how as a state we can come in and fill some of those gaps. And so when we did the survey, we had over 80 different curricula being used across our state. And so huge red flag. And so our high quality instructional materials initiative that we began in 2020 was we submitted a proposal for any curriculum that wanted to submit for review. And one key factor for that for us was that you had to be a curriculum that was comprehensive. We wanted one curriculum that would address both sides of Scarborough's rope: word recognition and language comprehension. We still didn't want teachers to have one curriculum for phonics and foundation skills, and then they switched to a totally different curriculum for language comprehension and text-based instruction. So that was our caveat. So we couldn't review any curriculum that wasn't comprehensive, but we also didn't solicit. It was all, based on who submitted to us were the only ones that we could review. We did the process, we reviewed, and now we have 6 approved high quality instructional materials curricula on our list for schools and districts to choose from. And the result of that is now we're 4 years into the initiative and we have over 80% of our elementary schools across the state using one of those 6 approved curricula. And so that's huge for us because now we have students in classrooms from the top of the state to the bottom of the state, east to west, who we know are receiving high quality instruction because all of those curricula met the certain criteria that we wanted to make sure we had for our Mississippi students. So along with that came, again, with our boots on the ground, we also started seeing, once we did that process and we were looking into classrooms and looking into implementation, our coaches were able to see that one of the issues in implementation was that teachers were not receiving the type of professional learning they needed to implement effectively. And so again, for us as a state, the difficulty in implementation throughout this whole process is the fact that we have to remain diligent and granular in our focus and our view to make sure that we are directly addressing any need that we're seeing across the state in the field. And we can't see that without our coaches who are actually in the classrooms. And so that was a barrier. That was an obstacle. They had the materials now, but they didn't have the professional learning that they needed to implement it correctly. Because remember, before this, all of our materials were approaching reading instruction in a balanced literacy approach. And so our shift is science of reading, structured literacy approach, explicit systematic instruction. And so our teachers didn't know how to take curriculum that was designed in that way, that's not standards isolated and standards based and disconnected across from your foundational skills to your language comprehension, and effectively teach it in the way it's designed. And we know when you purchase materials, vendors, there's a certain level of professional development that comes with it, but we also know that the majority of that is just how does the digital platform work and what materials have you purchased? So our coaches and our leadership team, we developed and created a 5-part high quality instructional materials professional development series that aligned to all 6 specifically of the curriculum that we have on our list. And so we have been providing that training now for 3.5 years. It's ongoing. It never stops. Any district outside of our support schools across the state that reaches out and says, hey, we need some training, we purchased this material, we send coaches and we go do the training. I know that we're a relatively smaller state in comparison to a lot of states. And so we are more able to do things like that. But that's been another one of our key factors. And then the last thing that I'll talk about too is just one of our missteps that we've had along the way. We've had many, but one of the ones that stands out the most to us is when we started our science of reading training in 2013, when we procured letters and we started training teachers. Like Jill said, we began training and we've trained over 200,000 teachers now. And so the problem was our teachers began becoming more knowledgeable about the science and about structured literacy than their administrators and their district leadership, because it was focused on teacher training. And so what we ended up doing, timing all worked out for us. We call it a God thing. But when we ended up having to put out another request for a proposal for a science of reading training vendor, we had another vendor that submitted, and the one that received the bid also has a leadership training. So they have multiple courses now. And so now we have a leadership training, a teacher training, and then once they've taken those trainings, they are open to taking several other options. So they can extend their science of reading training now beyond just the base training. And that's been a big piece for us. And when we saw that, and we were actually starting our high quality materials initiative at the same time, we decided that the way we were going to roll out those trainings that we developed for the high quality materials was we were going to roll out to administrators first across the state. And then we opened it up to teachers because we wanted to make sure that our administrators were getting the exact same training in the curriculum as our teachers so that they are able to better support their teachers when they're in their classrooms observing and giving more effective feedback. So those are just a couple of our big things along the way and a couple of challenges. I'm trying to think, Jill.
Okay, so I know that y'all are going to have accountability questions, I'm gonna guess, but I do want to reiterate, when we talk about the coaching piece in Mississippi, one thing that you have to remember is that our coaches are non-evaluative. I think that that is a huge, point that also sets us, apart from other states. Our coaches are hired from the MDE. We use districts as fiscal agents, so they're not hired by the districts that they are in. So they are a non-evaluative arm of the Department of Education. So in the Division of Literacy, we have a director, we have 3 assistant state literacy directors, we have regional coordinators, and we have literacy coaches. So our coaches have 2 schools. And I know in talking to other states that there are coaches who have many other schools that they are responsible for. So those things do set us aside the uniqueness of the hiring from the State Department, using the districts as fiscal agents, meaning we write grants to the districts, and then also really protecting our coaching model as far as they're not APs, they're not subs, they're not interventionists, they're coaches. So that sets us apart from some other states. I think,
Jill,
yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to throw into that too. We've talked a lot about the training that we do for our teachers across the state and administrators. We also heavily train our coaches in an ongoing system. And so once a month, our coaches come to to Jackson, to our central location in the state, every one of them face to face. And we do a full day of coach training. We vary from content to just additional coach training and how to relate and build relationships and trust. And then we also get the content and the topics that we do with our coaches from them who are in the field, who are saying, hey, okay, these are some things that we're seeing. These are things that we know that we have to get better at. We have to sharpen our tools, our saw for how can we professionally develop ourselves on a monthly basis for that. And so it's all needs based. All of the time. And then our coaches also have regional coordinators who supervise them. And I don't think we mentioned this part, but Jill and I are actually assistant state literacy directors. And so the 2 of us, and we have 1 more of us, the 3 of us oversee all the coaches across the state. And so we have regional coordinators that fall under us. So we support our regional coordinators and we bring them in once a month as well and provide training, leadership training specific to them. And then our regional coordinators have 3 to 4 coaches under them who also each have about 2 schools that they support. And so one of the other big pieces with that is every coach gets a site visit at one of their schools from their regional coordinator once a month. And so the ongoing professional learning and support and training from our hierarchy of our system is an integral part to that. All of our regional coordinators began as literacy coaches. Jill and I began as literacy coaches, then we served as regional coordinators, and now we're serving as assistant state directors. And that is something that sometimes might get overlooked, but it's a huge piece because we have that historical knowledge and the experience within each position. And that really supports us too in how we lead the state within all of our initiatives.
If you cannot tell, we are very, very passionate about what we do. We know that this is a crash course, but we truly believe in the power of literacy, and we truly believe that every child deserves good tier 1 instruction. We were both hired when the initiative was passed. I mean, we've been at the department since 2013. It's hard to put it into words. This is our passion. I hope it's yours too. But to look back over the last decade and see the strides and how wonderful our educators are in the state of Mississippi in some difficult areas, we're just so proud of the growth that our state has made. And it is not a miracle. It is a marathon. Contrary to popular belief, we see that headline in lots of newspapers, and it's frustrating because so much work has gone into all of these shifts. Do you guys have questions for us?
Oh, yeah. Hey, this is Drew Klein, Chair of the State Board. My first question would be just a basic one. How, and we've got teachers, we have some teachers who've discovered the science reading and done some really impressive things on a very, very small scale here. And so I guess my first question to you guys is, how you have colleges of education, you have credentialed teachers. Your teachers all have to have bachelor's degrees to come in, basically, the way most states do. How did you wind up with teachers who didn't know how to teach reading? I think that's just where to start, because every state is struggling with that situation, where we're all in the same boat, where we have teachers across the state that do not know how to teach reading, and you can see it in the results. How did you wind up in that place? How did you sort of discover the process for getting out of it?
Kelly, do you want me to take it or would you like to?
Yeah, I know you want to talk about Memphis. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so when I graduated from a university in Mississippi, a couple of decades plus ago, I learned how to teach through whole language, which Kelly specifically said we are a structured literacy state. So whole language and balanced literacy go together. So when you say, how did you get into a place where kids were graduating from universities without, and now my own child is a college student, so I call them kids, but how did you get into a place where students in Mississippi were leaving universities without being prepared to teach what students in the classrooms need? Well, I think that we didn't have the knowledge in the 90s that we have now, even though the science of reading is 5 decades of research. It is 50 years of research. I think that unfortunately what we did was we stuck with some practices from balanced literacy, and we started trying to sprinkle in structured literacy practices, and we still were not getting the results that we needed until we looked at the neuroscience, the research behind how children's brains learn how to read, which that's what the science of reading is. It's not an application. It is literally just the research. Until we started really studying the research, the neuroscience on how children's brains learn how to read and understood the explicit steps that have to be taken, the shift would have not been made. And so that shift started being talked about in probably the early 2000s. And by 2010, it had a bit of traction, but not enough. Our policy put the teeth behind getting our teachers that were already in the classroom trained in the science. And that started a landslide. We work closely with our EPPs. We actually have a network with our EPPs, and we meet with them quarterly. We're talking early literacy 1 professors, early literacy 2 professors. And I can say, if you look at the NCTQ scores right now, Mississippi has some great scores at their colleges and universities for our professors really implementing the science and making sure that our students are leaving more prepared than I was then.
Absolutely. We also have our Foundations of Reading assessment that college students who are graduating with degrees in elementary education have to take and pass in order to get their license. We've recently made some updates with that as well, but we do have that. And so that's another accountability measure that's kind of been put into place that we know has also made some strides in EPPs, making some shifts. And we will also pay for any professor or any pre-service teacher that wants to come to any of our trainings, our science of reading training that we provide, or any of our regional and state trainings that we provide as a literacy team. They can come for free to any of them. And we have multiple professors who continuously sign up and come to all of those trainings. And then they also, with our program that we have, that we meet quarterly with all of our professors, they can request a class
Guest lecture.
Thank you. Looking for my words. A guest lecture from us. And we send out our coaches. Jill and I have actually gone and done them at Mississippi State several times. Her daughter's in education at Mississippi State. So we choose that one. My daughter's there too. So we choose that one specifically. But all of our universities, with the exception of 1 or 2, have actually reached out and now have reached out more than once for our coaches to come and do guest lectures to their pre-service teachers around the science, structured literacy. We have several different professional developments that they can request for that. So that's been another huge piece. We're actually getting on campuses in classrooms with pre-service teachers now too.
But we do have that problem. We know how many students pass that test on the first time. We know that there's still room to grow. There's room for us to grow in lots of areas in Mississippi. And so, I mean, even our third grade scores, there's room for us to grow. But Kelly's right. The Foundations of Reading Assessment, which was also part of this initial law, the Literacy-Based Promotion Act, I believe the first cohort took it 2 years after it was passed. And so the Foundations of Reading did put some teeth into making sure that our students were actually learning the science and the application process of structured literacy. In the assessment that we have, it is an application process. Like if you have a student who has a deficit in this area, then what? So it is an application-based assessment.
Hi, Phil Mazzaro, state member of the state board, and thank you so much and congratulations. I know it was work, right? But congratulations on everything. So in listening to this, I see a three-legged stool. There's the content of the curricula. There's the teacher or pre-service preparation programs and ongoing professional development. Then there's the coaches, which I think is a unique aspect. I think previous considerations of how do we advance literacy, science of reading, obviously structured reading approach, and teacher preparation come quickly to mind. But coaching, I'd love to hear a little bit about the profile of who you hire as a coach, and then a little bit just know more about your landscape. You said 2 schools per coach, so how many elementary schools are there? How many coaches does that mean, and what's that mean in terms of not speak gauche, but budget?
So our budget never changes. In 2013, I'll start with that and work backwards, and Kelly, you jump in. In 2013, we were appropriated 9 million, and in 2014, we were appropriated 15, and that has never changed. It has been 15 since 2014, and so that's the budget. In that budget, you have your coaching salaries. You have your suite of assessments that I mentioned, the universal screeners that we reimburse districts for, and you have your statewide professional learning that we mentioned. So you nailed the buckets right on the head, but I just want to make sure that you understand that we do all of that work with $15 million. So working backwards from there, Kelly.
So we actually have now, we have fluctuated a little bit on our numbers for coaches, but we currently have 62 coaches that are serving schools. And what happens with that, they each serve 2. So we're right at about 130 schools that we're in right now. And so that probably puts us in an average of about 60 to 75 districts, because we do in some of our districts have more than one school that we serve. So with that, one of the other pieces that we've developed, and I've talked a little bit about the expectation with coaches and our professional learning and how that works, but we've also realized that we only have 150 to 60 schools that we're serving, right? And we have over 400 elementaries in our state. And so what we started several years ago was we also started, we wanted to reach, because now we have more and more schools and districts hiring their own school-based and district-based coaches. And so we were trying to figure out, how can we expand coaching, right? We have our state literacy coaches that we train and we deploy, right, based on our specific third grade data. But how do we also help districts and schools who are hiring their own coaches to build their professional learning and knowledge about coaching and with the content at the same time? So we started our Literacy Coaching Academy of Mississippi program about 3 years ago. And so what that is it's an application process. And so anyone who is in a coaching role at a school or district can apply for this. We have an application and a rubric and several different criteria for that. But if you're accepted into the program, it's a year-long course, and they receive the exact same coach training that our coaches receive. Our same coaching model, our same, just all of our professional development that we provide when we're onboarding new literacy coaches, they receive the same thing. And with that, they also receive opportunities to go and shadow our coaches in some schools. And they also receive the opportunity to have somebody come to their school and do a site visit with them. And so it's a practicum type course as well. And so we have reached about probably 60 more coaches just across the state in doing that. We're about to open up the application process again. And each year we have more and more apply and more increase in the cohorts. So that's another way that we are expanding our coaching. But like Jill said, we only have $15 million. And so that's a free way, if you will, for us to really train school and district-based coaches and send them back out into their schools with the same type training and same expectations that we have with our literacy coaches.
Have you considered, or do you implement on-site mentoring with existing coaches and wannabe coaches?
So with our personnel, our priority is for our coaches to be in their schools, and we have a mandate that they have to be in their schools for 80% of the week. So that means they're in their schools at least 4 to 5 days a week, with the exception of the weeks that we have our literacy coach professional development that we bring them into Jackson for. So as far as that goes, our literacy coaching academy is really the expansion that we've got right now for that. They do, like I said, receive, a couple of visits themselves on their campuses, but as far as ongoing mentoring, we don't have anything like that yet. But we're continuing and constantly looking for different avenues and ways that we can support. We do a lot with our staff. We have huge expectations for our staff. So not only do we expect them to coach two schools a week, 2 to 4 days within the week, but when we talk about our statewide professional development, as a literacy department, division of literacy, we also create regional state training every year. And what we do is we create the training, and then we implement that training regionally across the state. And we have 6 different locations across the state that we do these trainings, because we want to make sure that any teacher that wants to come to a training shouldn't have to travel further than about an hour to get there. They're free of charge. The only thing districts are responsible for is travel for their people that go. But our coaches also do those trainings. And so that expectation on them, anything and everything that we do, all of our different initiatives, we do with a team of right now 62 people. So yes, in saying that, we're always looking for ways to expand, and that is an area that we could definitely think about for sure. Thank you for bringing that up.
No, I'm impressed. I thought when you mentioned your academy, hi, Ann Lane, school board, I'm a state board member, that you had one location. My next question was going to be, is it online? But in fact, you have 6 locations, so it's not prohibitive for your educators to attend.
So the Literacy Coach Academy is a course in itself. Now, we do provide just a regional coaching training that we do across the state. It's really just usually a one-day training that we do in the fall, and then another one-day training that we do in the spring, that coaches can come to if they're not doing the Literacy Coaching Academy. But the Literacy Coaching Academy itself is a mixture. It's a hybrid model. And so there are some days that they're brought in for face-to-face. There are some days that it's a virtual training day, synchronous, live, virtual. There are modules that they work through at their own self-paced, all created by our coaches based on our model. And then, like I said, the addition to that is they get somebody that comes and visits them on their campus to help them with implementation. And then they also get to go shadow one of our coaches. So that is separate from our regional trainings, but we do also include a coach training each year within our regional trainings to make sure that we're also reaching any other coaches that can't take the time to actually enroll in the courses.
So when will you plan to visit other states to help them start up their own coaching academy?
We have visited many.
We do a lot of these where we get on and we talk, and there's states that we continue to talk to as well. So, we're always, anything on our website is free. We put our webinar, we've got some of our high quality instructional materials series, professional development on our website. We've got webinars on there. We've got slide decks. We've got anything that we put on our website that we do so that anybody can have access to it. And we have people who access and look at different things, and then they'll reach out to us and they're like, tell us a little bit more about this. Tell us a little bit more about how y'all did this. So we
actually just released a 4-part webinar series on coaching. It is one of the newest things that we just added to our literacy website. And Kelly and I also are fortunate enough to have the opportunity to go to all of these locations, and we work with administrators and lead teachers and curriculum coordinators and even superintendents. And so this year we put out a presentation called The Top 10 Things That Every Literacy Leader Needs to Know. And so while our coaches were working with teachers in their materials or working with best practices, we're able to work with leadership teams on what they should be looking for when they're doing walkthroughs and what walkthroughs look like. And so we're able to do that piece on top of the coaching and building teacher capacity piece, which is a lot of fun.
What have you learned, has been a roadblock for kids to actually responding to your program?
So program is a loose word because the Literacy Based Promotion Act has so many different facets. But of course, we know that children learn to read by decoding and by having knowledge about what they're reading about. And so I'm going to be honest on this. When there was a large switch in the news from balanced literacy to structured literacy or whole language, and I'm sure that you guys are familiar with all of the podcasts that Emily Hanford has put out. If not, check those out. But there was a large focus and a misunderstanding that structured literacy was solely based on phonics instruction. And there was a large push to ensure that children learned how their sounds and their letters made words. And that is not all there is to it. There's such a large piece on building background knowledge that is often left out. We can put text in front of kids that are able to decode, but if they don't have the knowledge about what they're reading about. And so I think that the challenge is the balance of both, making sure that we are not only solely focused on word recognition because that's what our diagnostics tell us, but also having a focus on how important language comprehension is and how important building knowledge is to being able to access and comprehend text.
Yeah, I'll add to that too. One of the other pieces is, we're having to change people's
mindsets. Yeah.
Their mindset, their belief system that they have held on to, like Jill said, we've been out a couple of decades now, and we had the same belief systems, we had the same mindsets. And what we've had to do ourselves is we've had to read and search and keep ourselves updated with the most updated research at all times. And we expect the same of our coaches. And so that's one of the big pieces that when we go to schools and we talk to districts and we talk to administrators and talk to teachers is we have to instill the why. We can't just hand them something and say, this is the research, this is what you need to do, here are the materials, go teach. Because as a teacher, I need to be bought in. I need to understand why I may have to make this shift. I need to understand why I have to teach in this explicit, systematic way for my students so that I will see student success. And on top of that, through all of that, one of the biggest driving pieces we have is we are constantly looking at data. And we're also talking about using the right data in our schools and in our state and in our systems. And so that's a twofold there that, we're changing the belief system, but you also got to prove it to me, right? So we're also having to always have those conversations with the right data and looking at and making sure that what we are doing, the new things we're doing, if we're doing them effectively, if we're doing them with fidelity, how is our data shifting? And that's another, implementation has multiple phases. You guys know that. And so we have to really, when we have schools and districts and teachers who just are struggling to buy in, they're resistant to it, we have to have a lot more conversations and a lot more professional learning around the why. And then slowly but surely we get more and more on board. And of course, student outcomes is always our goal, is always our driving force.
Let me say this one other thing about barriers, as far as the barrier of students learning how to read. I think that in our nation, because of our upside down triangles, our flipped tiered process, that teachers have tried so hard to intervene during the reading block time. And we have to make sure that children have access to tier 1 materials, grade level materials during the reading block process. And so that has been a barrier and a mindset shift. It is not necessarily about trying to fill the gaps during those reading blocks, but it is about giving grade level access to everyone, whether they're ready or not. Now, are they going to have interventions after that? Absolutely. Do we say that they have to have a plus block that is going to double down on some of the deficit areas? Absolutely. So I don't want to get it twisted, but I do think that one of our barriers is ensuring that everybody's provided that grade level instruction, because if not, you're growing kids, but you're never closing the gap. And so making sure that tier 1 grade level instruction, is happening, and not just trying to intervene yourself out of the issue.
So when I think about that, and I think about earlier the comment of greater than 80% are using the approved curricula, what are these systems of accountability when people aren't using the approved curricula or they're not doing that tiered instruction?
Okay, so do y'all remember when I said that we're non-evaluative, that our office is the non-evaluative? Do you remember that? Okay.
The coaches aren't doing it. I get it. That's someone
Right.
else.
So we do have an office of accountability, and we do have a school improvement team that go in and have not a different lens, but different conversations, I guess you would say. Our accountability mechanism is that they have to submit their data to the state, right? And so we know that, like, if we're just looking at third grade data, a student has to meet level 3 to be promoted. So the teacher must be using evidence-based practices. We know that the school must be providing support. We know that the district must comply with the monitoring. So we have enough accountability. There's enough accountability for everybody to go around. When you have the courageous conversations is exactly what Kelly says. In our office, it's when we have our data meetings, and our coaches have data meetings every month with our campuses. We have, and this is a shift that we've most recently made, instead of just looking at the percentages of students who are passing our 5-level system test, we have been pulling proficiency data and really focusing on who is proficient, because passing does not always equal proficient readers. And so having those conversations, but in a way where we can coach them through those conversations. Did I answer, or did you want to ask that in a different way?
No, I think that's helpful. I mean, it's sort of like you're creating a system of accountability that, I guess, there's a lot of carrots and like, look how great our learners are doing. Is there an associated stick with it, like money withheld or?
No.
Yeah,
No.
we're a local control state. And so everything we do, now we have our non-negotiables, and we always present in a way that these are non-negotiables. However, we're still a local control state. The one thing with our hierarchy is Jill and I get to go and participate in learning walks on campuses twice a year. And so coaches are there every week. Regional coordinators are on campuses once a month. Jill and I go twice a year, and we go, and more if needed, but that's our general standard. And so part of the beauty of our hierarchy is when really hard conversations like that need to be had, what we have our coaches do in regionals is before we go to those learning walls, they send us talking points of barriers and things that they need us to come in and help the conversation with. And Jill and I can go in and have a lot more, I say courageous conversations, but a lot more courageous conversations, and at a much deeper level than our coaches and our regional coordinators, because our coaches have to go back tomorrow and continue coaching, right? They have to go back and continue having the trust that they've built with their teachers and the administrators, so that they will buy in and so that they will, not be resistant in the coaching process. But we call it clear as kind. We're very direct. And if you ever work with us, that's one word that people would use to describe us is we are very direct, but it's transparency and it's honesty. Because if we don't bring out the real issue and really look and reflect honestly on the practices that we're doing and how they are or are not affecting student outcomes, then the change will never happen. So if we're not constantly having courageous conversations, then there's no change. But Jill and I can come in and have a lot deeper conversations than our coaches and our regional coordinators can have in those situations. That's one way that we ourselves can help with that piece.
You mentioned the carrot and the stick. And I mean, I think there's something to be said about flies and honey, right? So, I mean, honestly, if you look at our timeline, you can see where we created pieces like the Science of Reading Awards. Yes. So we have this incentive, and it's not necessarily blue ribbon, but think blue ribbon, where schools have to submit their data, and they have to submit all of these, that we have a rubric that we, if you will, judge schools on. And if they meet this criteria, then they get this really big award from the Mississippi Department of Education. And so that's a carrot. We just recently started doing that for our EPPs too. I mean, we're about to hit the road and go to 4 universities in our state that are going to receive this prestigious award from the department. That's a carrot. And I'm going to say, I've already gotten calls from university who did not receive, I mean, They want to, how do we do this? Well, this is the criteria and this is how we make sure that this is happening. So I'm going to stop with the flies and honey or the carrot and the stick, but you see where we're going with this.
Yeah.
Incentives push people.
Love it.
In a lot of ways, it's exhausting, but it's also rewarding because we're constantly trying to work through those barriers and trying to get buy-in and trying to, but we have figured out a way to do it in a way that doesn't most of the time put them off to where they don't want to work with us, because our stance is always, hey, we're here for the kids. We're here for you. That is our only goal. That is our only intention. And we prove that in our actions. That's the other piece to it, so that they do believe us and they do trust.
That's great.
Hey, Jill and Kelly, this is a wonderful discussion. And actually what you have pulled off is a little bit of a miracle, and congratulations. One is what the result is. Second is you took a 50-year-old research and brought it into a replicable process through, failing and learning and all those kind of things. My question is, can you use this process to also teach math and science?
Question.
So structured literacy is explicit, systematic, cumulative, sequential instruction. So that's the answer. I mean, math standards are different than reading standards. Math standards, reading standards are, you're not going to master a reading standard in the first 9 weeks like you are going to be able to in a math standard. So reading is cyclical and you're going to have those standards throughout the whole year. However, the best practices of instruction that I just said, explicit, systematic, sequential, cumulative, that is for any subject area. So while structured literacy is specific to also phonology and morphology and etymology, some of that does bleed over into your other subject areas, but the practice of best approaches, that's for any subject.
Yeah. And we also at the department now, we have a math coaching initiative. It's not quite gotten to the size of ours yet. However, they are modeling it after us. Jill and I work and collaborate with them all the time on how we do our coaching model and the things that we do for accountability and systems. And they're working to build that process up themselves. And they actually do have coaches deployed into schools right now who are doing the same work that we're doing on the math side. And they're just trying to build it up and add more to their more people to their staff so that they can begin to be in more schools as well. So we do have that other side going. And our NAEP math scores have also improved. Yes. I think a lot of the times they get skipped over because of the reading and how much, we have improved in reading in our literacy initiative, but they are also improving dramatically. And again, they are doing a lot of the same practices that we're doing. And we also have a high quality instructional materials list. We did the same review process for math. Actually, math was done the year before we did ELA. So we have now from kindergarten through 12th grade within grade bands, K5, K2, 3-5, 6-8, and 9-12 for math and ELA.
Can you just really quickly, I want to touch on some of the little hints you dropped about resistance when this first started. If you're changing the way people think about teaching a particular subject, the way it works, you have to meet some pretty serious resistance. What was that like, and how did you guys overcome that?
We are being recorded.
Yeah.
Because
I will say we look at it too, though. We look at that as an opportunity, because if they're resisting us, then we know that they are hearing something that they may not agree with, but they're hearing something, and that opens the door for us. Takes longer for sure with a lot of the resistance, but I will say we do look at it. It's a mindset. We look at it as an opportunity, but then I'll let.
Are y'all familiar? Yeah,
continue.
Resistant people are my favorite people. I'm just going to be honest. I wanted the children who got kicked out of every classroom when I was in the class. And I'm the same with adults, even though it is more difficult with adults sometimes. Are y'all familiar with Kim Scott and Radical Conversations? Are y'all familiar?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we train our coaches in how to have courageous conversations, and we can say things like, you can't take this personally. They don't all have my personality. I get it. So we spend a great deal of time in ensuring that they have the right things to say back, how to open conversations, how to not be defeated. What is a radical what does it look like to have dialogue that is clear, direct, but not feeling? How can you do those things? And so, heck yes, we have been met with quite a bit of resistance throughout 12 years. Did we let it stop us? Obviously not. Are we going to? No way. But you have to deal with situations in different ways. I can speak to, if I'm a veteran teacher, obviously I can speak to that, and someone comes in and tell me I need to change my practices. Probably not going to go well for anybody in the room. So how do we do this one small step at a time together? And like Kelly said, when we bring our coaches together, we spend a great deal of training on how to coach adults. How about that?
We
Yeah,
center it.
that's, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, we do center it a lot around questioning, because for true change to happen, it's gonna happen with them finally coming to the realization themselves, reflecting on their own practices, and then looking at results. And so a lot of questioning goes into the process with our courageous conversations, because that's where you get the ultimate growth, right? Is when I come around to the realizations myself. We guide it, we lead it. And sometimes we have to have those conversations 15 times, right? And we tell our coaches, if it didn't work this time, got to have it again. Got to come at it from a little different angle. Let's talk about how we can come at it from a different angle. But we don't stop.
Our last presentation to our coaches was on radical coaching, better conversations, and radical listening. And this is year what? And so we're still doing that.
Last Friday.
It strikes me as, if this were easy, if you could just say, look, we have 5 decades of research now. Like, this is a closed conversation. This is over. We know what works and what doesn't work. The research is there. This is not hard. It shouldn't be hard. But when you have people who were trained in the wrong methods, and so you talk about education prep programs at colleges, and you talk about experienced teachers with decades under their belt who say, no, I learned this way. And for some reason, our system isn't good at taking this research and incorporating it the way it should be in academia into, look, we've got best practices, we've got definitive results, we know what works. Why isn't this adopted at our colleges and through our textbooks and through our curriculum that is sold to the districts? Why isn't this just organically happening, right? And so I think most people outside the system think this is organically happening, but the fact that you guys have to force it. And I think one of the reasons we outside of Mississippi, I know you don't like the term, but we call it the Mississippi Miracle, is because people have known for a long time in smaller scale settings, like what works and what doesn't work. But you guys found a way to systematize it and implement it statewide at scale, which is something that has not been done before. And that's what makes it so impressive, but it also raises questions for us to go, we still have bunches of districts that are teaching reading the wrong way in New Hampshire. And we put out technical advisories at the department on this stuff. Like, why are they still doing it? Well, because it's actually hard to turn these battleships around.
That's right.
And so, that just gets to the question about, like, when you meet with those, like, other than just structurally how you've done it, like systematizing it, having those conversations, like, there's no quick secret sauce to this, right? Other than how you guys have built this structure around it.
Hey, and we're human. Let's address the real elephant in the room. We all have egos. In order for me to shift what I'm doing, I have to admit that I have been doing it wrong. Yeah. And that's hard, right? That's harder for some than others. But the reality is, if we don't make the shift, we have to look at our kids. Line your kids up in front of you, put your own kids in front of you. And we talk about that all the time. We have a video that we have released now that's out on our social media and our platforms. When we're talking about proficiency, we literally put 10 kids up here, and we literally said, if you're happy with 60% proficiency, well, let's gray out the others the other 4 who are not proficient, and then replace one of those 4 with your own kids. You know, it's sometimes you have to make it sting. But yeah, we have to admit that we were wrong first, and that's a hard thing to do.
I don't know how Mississippi is structured, but in New Hampshire, our focus is on local control. And years ago, I was on a school board for a district that had multiple elementary schools, and there was nothing aligned. From one elementary school to another, there was no math instruction aligned, there was no LEA aligned. And so in Mississippi, is your focus on local control or not? And how does this work when that's what you're up against, is a bunch of local control?
Yes, LEAs get to decide. LEAs are the end stop. They have the decision-making autonomy to decide what curriculum their schools use. But again, if we can show success, then we broaden our reach. And so we start, y'all, this was 2013 that we started this. And so now to be able to sit here and say that 80% of our schools use one of the same 5 curricula across the state of Mississippi. And Kelly told y'all we had, I think it was really 88 when we started. It has been a process of educating others on what works. We have to educate others, and we have to be committed to learning ourselves. And so one thing that has been very beneficial for us is getting large districts, or even districts who historically have not been failing districts, to talk about their success stories in the implementation of structured literacy and the implementation of high quality instructional materials. And it's just like a wildfire. Good things are happening, and it's just hard to contain that.
Like Jill said too, with our proficiency, you know, our focus now that we are getting really good growth out of our bottom 25% of students, our shift now is looking at proficiency. We couldn't shift to proficiency until we got that increased, right? But we're talking about, even though you may not be a failing school or district, let's look at your subgroup data. Which students are being failed, you know, or which students are not meeting the measure that we're looking for, or that they deserve, right? And so when we highlight and break it down into subgroup data instead of just an overall look, that also really helps.
From the onset of this program, have the parents and caregivers been receptive to all of this? And has it been a change or any issue there? And with your curriculum, are there any opportunities for parents and caregivers to help support learning and literacy in what you're doing?
So when the law was passed and we put the 3rd grade assessment into place, as you can imagine, there was pushback from communities and parents, because when you have a promotion retention assessment in the 3rd grade for the first time ever, that's scary. And so I want to make sure that we do go over, they don't just get to take it one time. There are 2 times that they get to take it alternately. We also have good cause exemptions in the place. I'm sure you are all very aware of that, but that was very difficult. And so we committed to structuring family and community nights. This is from the State Department. Our division did this as well. And we chose, I believe it was about 10 locations the very first year that the initiative started. And we went to different communities where no one had to drive more than, I think it was like an hour and 15 minutes. Our state is about 6 hours from north to south, and about, I don't know, 3.5, 4 from east to west. So we had 10 locations where we held basically community nights, where we educated families and parents on what the Literacy-Based Promotion Act was. And that has stuck. We still do that every single year. We also have, our law was amended in 19 for individual reading plans, and the individual reading plans have a family component to it. If your child is identified with a substantial reading deficiency, the family has to be given specific things to do with the child at home. This is all part of our paperwork process, and it's not MTSS. This is different. I'm not talking IEPs. I'm talking individual reading plan. And so we have created a Strong Readers, Strong Leaders website for parents to pull activities off of. Like I mentioned, the individual reading plans to give them resources and to make sure that they're in communication with their teachers. And then our series of family nights. That was just one of the pieces in the timeline that has just expanded.
All right. Well, listen, thank you guys. I think that was really fantastic. I learned a ton. And I know-
You are really
Busy.
fantastic.
And I'm sure we'll be following up with questions later, so we will keep that email chain open. Really, really appreciate your time. Sorry that it took us so long to get you on. That's the nature of these meetings sometimes, but thank you so
understand.
much. Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
And congratulations.
Yeah, that's right.
We have a long way to go, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
And keep going. Like, we'd love to see you get to number 2.
Yeah.
Well, we would like number 1.
That's where we're fighting to hold up.
We're very
we're hoping to
competitive
get
and that
one.
really helps.
You're talking to 2 of the most competitive people I know.
Yeah, that really helps us.
You haven't met me, okay.
Love it.
Y'all have a good day.
You
Take
too.
care.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, everybody got all that? We're getting ready to go out and make it happen?
Wow.
Yeah.
How you doing, Caitlin?
I mean, I've heard this before, and you know, I understand go to some of these events nationally, and I hear this, and it's a very similar story with Alabama and math.
Mhm.
There's a lot of potential. There needs to be a lot more coordination from the state, and I don't know if we're at a place where we're ready to do that right now.
Yeah.
Coordination and resources, but it can be done. It's not, the map's already there.
Yeah.
It's not unattainable work for us. We just need to decide that's the direction we want to go in and commit. And local control is not really a barrier to this.
Yeah.
I mean, there will be some districts that will always be resistant, but I think, like I said, they see results in other places and they'll want to come along. And the majority of the schools are looking for more support and help with this area right now. So we can get there.
Excellent.
But it is going to take a massive change to the work that the department does, because this is very different.
Yeah.
A technical advisor from the department is not going to get there. We would need substantial resources in the form of personnel, contractors that could go out and do those data coaching. That data coaching, that's the key.
Yeah.
It's the hands-on work with the teachers. And
Well,
we've never been there. That's not the way we've done it.
But professional development is part of our culture. And so using that as a launch pad that.
So I think one of the reasons I wanted them to come was because I wanted to more fully understand what they did and how it worked. Because I do think they offer a pathway, and they have one pathway that worked in Mississippi, and they have a different structure than we do. But I think we can learn from that and potentially create a New Hampshire version of it that works in New Hampshire that maybe doesn't look exactly like they did, but they give us a bit of a blueprint to try to start from.
Right.
And then, you're building an airplane, you have a blueprint, but maybe you're gonna re-engineer it and test it and redesign it.
There are teachers in the state that are doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, we've been using science and reading for quite some time in New Hampshire, and so I mean, the pathway is already there and the map is already there,
The map is
so,
there.
but we would still have to make quite a bit of improvement.
I mean, but you could look at the school districts using science of reading, right? Like when I was in the local board, science of reading, the still proficiency rates were right around the same as the state, because there's others, the training of the teachers,
So
the
that,
teacher prep programs, and the state
well,
support of that.
and that's why I wanted to have them present, because I know that we have a lot of districts that have adopted science of reading or that have taken a curriculum, but they haven't necessarily done the coaching, the training. And I wanted to also know about the component that is regards our PEP programs, because I think that's where we as a board can take a leadership step here to call in those PEP programs and say, learn more about how they're doing it. And we've had some information from them about it, but not in this holistic way where we really thoroughly look at what they're doing, how they're training. And we've had these 2 teachers who came to us, and they're not old. And they made these comic books based on science of reading, and they produced dramatic results in their classroom. And when we asked them, why didn't you start teaching this way? They said, well, we went to UNH and we learned it the wrong way.
And I appreciate you bring up, was Alabama is doing math, right? Like that, you don't see Alabama math and reading. You don't see Mississippi being like math and they chose something and like, this is what we're focused on. We're gonna do this.
Yeah, they are making progress in reading in Mississippi, but the literacy is where it's just really just massive.
But it's that focus, that laser focus of this over.
I found the prep programs leading this way.
No, I think they are. I think they're going in this direction, but I don't know if I don't know if it's working as well and as comprehensively as it can. And so it gives us an opportunity as a state board who has responsibility over improving those programs to bring them in and say, can you walk us through how this works? How can we make, how can we help you guys get to the place where it works really better so that we know that all these elementary ed teachers are graduating with this core training. So I think that core training part starts there. And then that takes care of the sort of pipeline of new teachers, but then we have to work on what we're doing in the district. And that, the point you made about alignment, I mean, they talked about that. You know, it's one thing to have take group 3, but if you don't have continuity and alignment and regular training, all this other stuff that goes with it, you're gonna lose those kids every time. So it's
great if we could at least pilot it somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, because I think that in New Hampshire, it kind of seems to be
Yeah.
the way it needs to be won over.
And we may do some research here and find that we have a couple of districts that are actually really doing well on it, and we can learn from them and scale up from what they're doing, so.
We had a couple of Governor Wentworth teachers here.
Right, exactly.
So,
I've been, this has been my field of study for 12 years. I feel the foundational qualities that we need to build in a learner are self-efficacy, the confidence to learn. You know, most of the time, once you lose, like, believe I cannot learn, then you you stop yourself from learning. Other one is the curiosity, and the self-learning skills. Once you pick some of these things through multiple ways, then it doesn't matter what you're teaching. So they just pick up and
Yes, and
Yes.
the whole language approach would say the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like the whole language approach doesn't work. They're like, you just have to be interested in reading. You just have to show them that it's interesting. There's a real scientific approach to it.
that's what my wife was doing with French foreign language, the whole language approach.
Yeah, I met with the chancellor of UNH system and community college system, and trying to see if we can create some kind of a program that can reach K through 12. Primarily in technical learning very early on, because then you get some kind of a context to the science and math that they are learning. And so this has been, I go around teaching all over the world, but trying to see how do I do it in New Hampshire. So.
Well, I guess this is a great base for starting from.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That is wonderful, yeah.
This is gonna be the first committee. I figure we might as well be learning from other states and experts. We have some gains to make too. All right. So with that done, let's move on. Our hearing is over. It's been over for a while. Do I need, can we just, because, when I gaveled it back in and said it lasted for 12 minutes, can we just take that? Can I retroactively gavel it back for? Sure. Just over the whole hearing.
Immediately, assessment and accountability is next.
Hey.
Very appropriately timed.
Let's chat about
thank you.
reading.
Oh, take one and
Same thing, all same thing. I think it's all same thing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. They have it in their packet, the presentation, I didn't want to put it out. Yeah. Works. It's like. What's the presentation?
Yeah, as long as you have it.
Yeah, perfect, yeah.
All right, so for the record, my name is Nate Green. I'm the Division Director for Education Analytics and Resources, along with my colleague Kieran Wong, who's our Accountability Administrator. This is our annual presentation that we do for the State Board for previous years, so the 24-25 school year assessment results and accountability designations. And so I'm going to have Kieran talk about the accountability pieces, a little bit of a refresher on the accountability system and kind of where we're at, because we are in an off year. And then I can dive in a little bit more to some of the assessment results, and then we'll answer any questions that the board has for us. Kieran?
Thank you. Angela, are you able to pull up? That's what I just said to you. I can pull it up, yeah. Okay. Let me grab it, sorry. I thought we were talking about. Let's see.
While we're doing that, maybe I'll just talk a little bit about kind of where we're at in the cycle of things right now. So most of the accountability that we do is based off of the federal accountability with the Every Student Succeeds Act. We're on a 3-year cycle where every 3 years we identify new CSI schools. And so we have 1 more year to go of this current cycle before I identify new CSI schools. Most of the information that we have for you right now is schools that have come off the list that were designated 2 years ago, and they've met certain exit and criteria scores to come off that list. And then each year we identify TSI schools. TSI schools are sort of what we consider more of like the canary in the coal mine. As a school, they're doing okay, but they may have a particular student subgroup that over the course of 2 years is performing low against state norms. But I think we've got the presentation up right now. It did say confidential because have not released this information until today with the state board. But just so you guys know, all of the full data sets and information and accountability is up to date publicly on iPlatform. So principals and superintendents have had an embargoed version for the last couple of weeks that they've been reviewing. But the general public now has all of the 24-25 data. If they go to the website and jump on iPlatform, you can review last school year. All right, go ahead, Barry.
Hello, my name is Kira Huang. I'm the accountability administrator, so I'm going to present some results from the 2025 assessment and accountability cycle. So as you already know, we're bound by the federal law or the Every Student Succeeds Act to 1, administer statewide summative assessments, and 2, calculate indicators based on those results, as well as a few other data points, and share those results publicly. So just some background information. Here are the required assessments that students must take. So for ELA and math, students in grades 3 through 8 take the NHSAS assessment, and students in their 3rd year of high school take the SAT assessment. Science is required for students in grades 5, 8, and 3rd year of high school. And for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, they take the alternate assessment or DLM, and English language proficiency assessment or access is required for all English learners in grades K through 12. And there is also another test that's available for English learners with the most significant cognitive disabilities. So those are the required assessments on which the accountability data is based. And here are the indicators that we calculate per federal law based on those assessment results, as well as a few other data points. So at the elementary and middle school levels, we calculate their academic achievement, which is basically the student performance on the ELA and math assessments that I just described. We calculate growth and equity, which are basically following the same students cohort to cohort, but their equity weighs the lowest performing achieving students to the rest of the students in a ratio of 4:1. So it's placing more emphasis on the growth that the lowest achieving students are making. And the English language proficiency or the ELP indicator is the English learners growth on the access assessment that I just mentioned. Next slide, please. For high schools, we still calculate academic achievement and ELP, except with the SAT assessment. We also calculate the mean of 4 and 5 year adjusted core graduation rate. And we also calculate the college and career readiness indicator, which is the percentage of 12th graders meeting certain college and career related markers, such as certain scores on the AP test or ACT scores, completion of CTE programs, and others.
If we can just pause there for a second, just because this has been a conversation over the last couple of years around graduation rate itself. New Hampshire tends to have a pretty high graduation rate in comparison with other states, but it could look higher if you were to take a step back from graduation rate, think about completion rate, because graduation rate is very narrowly defined as only a regular high school diploma. So students who earn adult high school diplomas, who take the HiSET or the GED, do not count towards graduation rate. So there are other pathways where students are successfully completing their K-12 journey that are not reflected in this rate, because this is a very narrowly defined rate.
And here are the schools that we identify under ESSA based on those indicators. So we identify comprehensive support and improvement, targeted support and improvement, and additional targeted support and improvement schools. CSI is at the whole school level, whereas TSI and ATSIs are based on subgroup levels. The CSIs are, that schools are identified for CSI if they meet any one of the 3 criteria that are outlined here. So if you are lowest performing 5% of all Title I schools, or if you're any high school, regardless of the Title I status, that falls below the 67% 4-year graduation rate, or if you're an ATSI Title I school that has remained in its status for 6 years, then you automatically transition into the CSI status. TSI schools are schools with a subgroup, and the lowest performing 5% of all schools for that particular subgroup for 2 consecutive years. And ATSIs are schools with a subgroup that perform below the statewide cut scores for all indicators. And those cut scores effectively serve as benchmarks for identifying ATSI schools.
And something that's important to understand with the identifications is there is federal money that comes in through Title I's, 1003A funds. We give those out to schools that are identified as CSI schools specifically. And they can use those towards school improvement efforts, but the ATSI and the TSI schools do not have funds associated with them. So the funding is only at the CSI level, and that's because that's a whole school level.
So here are the assessment results. So in terms of assessments, these are the 2025 proficiency percentages at each grade level. A little bit hard to see, but I'll let you make I'll let you make your own interpretation. But as you can see, we noticed that as the grades at a higher grades, we seem to see a potentially higher discrepancy between ELA and math results. And the green bar is for science, which was required in grades 5, 8, and 11.
And then I would say if you're looking at a comparison to the previous year, actually that is the next slide here, I think, right? Do we have the comparison? Yeah, so if you want to hit the next slide there. For most of the assessment scores, we did have some incremental increases. They were relatively small. So across the board, we performed in 24-25 pretty similarly to the way the schools were performing in 23-24. It's difficult to say whether a 1% increase, or a 1% decrease is within a margin of error. When you're talking about, 45% to 46% or 45% to 44%. So most of what we can say is the state held pretty steady from the 24 school year to the 25 school year when you're looking at assessment results. We didn't see dramatic increases in areas, but we also didn't see any dramatic declines in any areas. We stayed relatively stable.
So during COVID, it had a serious drop and then you're catching back up now.
It did, yeah. So there are a couple of areas where we are starting to reach pre-pandemic levels when you compare it back to the 2018 numbers. When you look at grade levels, you're seeing that in a couple of places. We're continuing to increase from the drop, that dramatic drop we saw in 21. But there's still several grades that aren't quite back at the pre-pandemic level. So we're on the right track, but there's still ground that needs to be covered there.
Nate, just my own curiosity, how do our proficiencies compare to national proficiencies?
So that is generally the first question that people want to ask, and it's an incredibly difficult question to answer because not every other state is giving the same assessment. And so when you're trying to compare our state test against other state tests, there are two things. All state tests have to be aligned to a set of standards, and different states may have different standards at different grade levels. So you're not always measuring the same thing at each grade level. And the other thing is every state gets to set their own cut score. And some states will reevaluate their cut score from year to year. And so New Hampshire may set a challenging cut score, but if you were to compare that to a state that has set a not challenging cut score, it may not necessarily be a fair comparison. And so it's difficult to know where each state in the country has set their cut scores. A better measure is when you look at how New Hampshire performs on the national assessment, the NAEP, and we tend to perform in the top 10 of states in the country. And that's a fair comparison to make because every state is taking the exact same assessment. So we're routinely within the top 10 to 12% each year that New Hampshire takes that assessment.
What about the SAT or the PSAT?
SAT gets a little bit tricky as well because New Hampshire uses it as our state assessment. We require every junior to take it. And so there are only 9 states in the country where they're using it as a state assessment. If you compare our SAT score to one of those 9 states, it's more of a fair comparison because you're comparing the whole population of juniors to the whole population of juniors. you can't necessarily compare it to a national population of all SAT takers because you have multiple students who are paying for it on their own, they're self-selecting. There are students that tend far more likely to know that they're going to four-year colleges. They may be taking it 3, 4, or 5 times in an effort to boost their score. And so we try to steer people towards, if we want to compare our state, we'll look at those other 9 states that are delivering the SAT in the same way, but we really try not to compare it nationally because it's not the same population of students.
So if you go outside the K through 12 and look at the number of students who are going to college. So, forget all the other assessments. So what percentage of students go to college in all these states? Just to see if there's any kind of plain level of comparisons.
Post-secondary data is very difficult to obtain. As soon as a child leaves the K-12 system, it becomes increasingly harder to know where that student went because we don't, as a department, necessarily have an ability to track that student. We have relationships within the state, so we have better data on how many students maybe are enrolling at UNH or Plymouth or Keene or our community college system with some of the agreements we have there. But once kids leave New Hampshire, we try to work with the National Clearinghouse to get data, but that can be hit or miss depending on what's being reported.
Don't the high schools track that, how many kids went to college?
Most of it is voluntary data, so it's the kids telling them, and not every kid ends up going to the college that they said they were going to. So you have kids that get into particular colleges and maybe reported that to the high school and don't necessarily go.
That's okay.
So without kind of checking it back, but we don't necessarily collect that data. We occasionally will look at voluntary reports on the SAT, because at the end of, when you take the SAT, it often asks you like, what are your top 4 preferred majors? What are your top, 5 choices for colleges? But even there, it's probably only about 40% of the kids that do the survey. And so you're still missing a big chunk of the population because it's voluntary information. It just makes it a little bit squishier when it comes to data. Yeah.
So, like my mom, a lot of mom stories today, I don't know why. So when I was in like 6th grade, I remember coming home and I got like a C on a test and I told my mom, because my friends had failed it. And she's like, yeah, but is the C the best you can do? So setting comparisons aside, I'm looking at scores that plus or minus in 2018, and that would like only about half our kids are at ELA proficiency and less than half at math proficiency. And my question is that the best we can do? And I know you're not like the one late, but I feel like what can we do? Maybe this gets to that last conversation we were having of where do we want to target?
Yeah.
Because neither of these to me look like much to celebrate.
There are 2 really important points that I would want to make. And I'm going to make first one because then I feel like the second one is a little bit stronger if I make the first one first. We end up in a trap, and educators do this, legislators do this. I think we do this when we're talking about things like press releases and how do we talk about these things, where we say we end up equating proficiency to whether kids can or can't do something. And reading is a good example. So if we look at 5th grade and we say, only 51% of our kids were proficient at reading, sometimes that gets translated as only 51% of our kids can read. And it's the way that the proficiency results are measured is at that grade level. And so a better way of saying that is 51% of our 5th graders are reading at a 5th grade level. The vast majority of the other ones are reading at a 4th grade level. And many of those students are very close to a 5th grade level. And what is the expectation of, I want to make sure that we don't look at it as an all or nothing. Either kids are reading or they're not reading. Many of our kids are very close to being at that grade level. And there you have kids that maybe are a full grade level behind. Maybe they're 2 grade levels behind. And I think that's really important information. How do we start to pull that apart and say, what percentage of our kids are really drastically behind versus, we have a fairly large percentage of kids that maybe they missed that cutoff by 3 points on the test. But I would argue those kids are real close to being proficient. What scares me more is when I look at the science results. So because we measure everything on a level 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Like not proficient, approaching proficient, proficient and above. If instead of looking at, what percent of kids are proficient and above, we look at approaching proficient and above, it's, at least 70 to 80% within ELA and math. When you look at science, it's still only about 40 or 50%. So for some reason, you have a much larger population of our students at the bottom level of those scores in science when you try to combine levels 2, 3, and 4 versus combining that for ELA and math. And that to me is very concerning. But the other thing I would say, my second point is, I don't think it's the best that we can do. I think there's a large room for improvement, and I think both of those things exist simultaneously. That like we need a deeper understanding of the data, but I also think that there is a huge amount of improvement that we can be doing and that the department can be working with schools and districts on.
I forget which one it was, Jill, maybe, who said proficiency, not passing is what they're focused on. And like, I feel like,
Yeah.
that like, and again, you just report the data, you're not there like, so,
So Nate,
that it just feels.
does age at time of taking tests and gender have any impact on?
Gender seems to not have much of an impact. There, you still see little bits of gender gap when you look at boys versus girls and things like math, but as grade levels kind of go up, you see some of that smooth out. It's not as markedly different, I think, as, you know, we saw 15 years or so ago with differences in ELA and math between boys and girls. The biggest differences that we've seen as we've looked at the data is with absenteeism rates.
Yeah.
That, you know, for every day every day a child is out of school, it's a 1 to 3 point decline on the test score. So if you're out of school 10% of the school year, we see 30-point drops on that state assessment. And so truly it is instructional time for kids. And when we're looking at things like chronic absenteeism rates or the amount of time that kids are not in the classroom, that seems to have the biggest statistical impact on the assessment.
What is the chronic absenteeism rate you have? So I know Caitlin and I were working on that long back.
Yeah, and I think you and I had a couple of conversations.
Yeah, I had a lot of,
Yeah.
I did a whole national survey of that, and when the New Hampshire numbers did not even show up, then you realize that the standards were slightly different, but now you have, I think now we have standardized to the same 10% of absence in a year or something.
Yeah, so we've been able to kind of standardize our absenteeism collections now as well. So the state has adopted ALMA. We have some different collection practices in place. Our historical data wasn't necessarily always easy to manipulate because some schools report in days, some schools report in hours. And to try to work backwards and turn days into hours and make those comparisons, we're able to do it, but it does, again, create some squishiness. But now we have a process by which we've standardized our collection of absence data. And so now that we have the assessment data from last year, our next step is to go in and start looking at some of those next pieces. So overlaying this with absenteeism from the last school year, looking at our different subgroup populations, our free and reduced lunch students, our special education students, different ethnic and racial minorities to see where are the gaps occurring in the last school year.
So New Hampshire, I thought was about 24-25%.
So
Which is much better than the rest of the country, so
It is.
New Mexico was 47%.
yeah,
Chronic absenteeism. So
we saw really, really big jumps in absenteeism in the 2 years right after COVID. That has come back. Again, I haven't looked at the 24, 25, but 23, 24, when we looked at it, it was still more absenteeism than pre-pandemic levels, but it was significantly less when compared nationally to some other states' rates.
because that alone is going to bring down all these numbers.
One quick question. Should we be concerned at all at proficiency numbers floating in the 50, 40s and graduation rates at the 86%? I guess that's the difference between passing and proficient.
So, again, I think, and this comes from, things like, states like us that use the SAT for dual purposes. The SAT was designed to predict student success at a college level, and you're using it to predict whether or not a student is proficient at a high school junior level. Those are two very different purposes. And a college freshman at a four-year university should be at a different point than an 11th grader at high school. And yet we use the same cut score. And so that's where I think, we have to be careful in the way in which we interpret that data. We want to set a high bar for our students, right? It would be great if we could say 100% of our students could walk out the door from high school and enter a four-year university. But we have students at all varying levels and abilities. And so I think, should that be higher? Yes. We've had conversations with our accountability task force around how do we make sure that when a student, walks across the stage at the end of their high school career and gets that diploma means that they are ready for success as an adult. And I think it's more than just what was the assessment score that they got. And also we have to take into account too, there's two other factors that impact these results, especially at a high school level. One is not every student wants to take it. And many students look at the SAT as well, I don't need to take it because you know, I've already got a pathway lined up. I'm going into the HVAC business. And that's great because they're gonna go make a whole bunch of money without having any student loans. And they've got a great successful pathway. They may not be trying on that SAT. Because they don't, that individual student doesn't need that SAT score because they've got a successful pathway already over here, where the SAT is not in any way a gatekeeper to that opportunity. And then we also have a state law that allows for parent opt-out. And so right now our state participation rate for the SAT is right around 82%. So close to 20% of 11th graders are not taking it either. So we're missing data on 1 out of every 5 kids at high school level because they have an ability to opt out of the test. And when we look at the range of scores, you see a spike at the very lowest score. And so there, we know that there's a whole group of students that when they sat down to take that SAT, they just went done, right? Because we see that spike at the absolute lowest score you can get on the SAT. The only way to do that is to just click through as fast as you possibly can.
Are these numbers based on SATs?
The high school level one, yeah, so the 11th grade.
So 11th
Yep.
grade. So what you're saying is that actually it should be dialed up because these are numbers at 11th grade, but graduation is at 12th grade. So
Yeah,
actually
you're
they should
talking
be a little
about,
higher. Okay, that's,
yeah,
I can,
two different
I can see
cohorts.
the adjustment. Okay.
Yeah, yep.
So, okay.
In what month of the 11th grade junior year are they taking it?
So we have a window that is essentially the majority of the month of March with a little bit of April. And so schools can schedule it anytime within that. So it's a good point as well, is it's not necessarily at the end of their 11th grade year. They still have 2 or 3 months of school to go after they've taken that test. With the grades 3 through 8 tests, we've been able to push that much closer to the end of the school year. So they're starting that test after the SAT window. And most schools are doing that from about the end of April through May into like the first week of June. But schools can schedule that test when they want. So you have some schools that are doing it right at the end of April, and you have some schools that are doing it right at the beginning of June. We've tried to look to see, are there differences between those two, but it's difficult to tell because more schools are doing it right kind of clumped in the middle of May. And the tail ends of the windows tend to be more erratic data-wise.
And at a granular level, do we look at data from a standpoint of a school district? For instance, my town of Middleton is school district 353. Do we watch the data for all students in just 353 because they transition into another school in grades 7 to 12? Do we look at that as well, just to kind of see
We do.
what works and what may not work?
Yeah, so there are 3 kind of different ways that we publish the data. We publish it at a school building level. So for all students in that building that are being educated together, we publish the data there. You can track that. We publish it at a district level. So it's an aggregate of all students within the district. And then we publish by a town level. So for a high school where there might be 3 towns that feed into that high school, you could look at the scores at a high school level, but then you could also go look and see how are the individual students from the 3 towns doing that feed into that high school as well. Yep. The town by town report tends to be one that we get a lot of requests from the legislature on because they're curious to know, like, for my town, how are we doing in addition to my school? And we publish that as an Excel file right on the website. So anybody can go in and you can download the full sort of list of all towns in the state of New Hampshire. Kind of play with the data. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I just want to throw out one thing. You were talking about sex differences. When you look at the NAEP reading scores, we do have a pretty big gap. Dr. Wolf are outperforming the boys by about a year, about a whole grade level on reading. And that's in 4th grade. By the time you get to 12th grade, it's about a grade and a half. So it's a pretty significant gap that boys are behind in reading. On NAEP, the way the NAEP measures it, it's tighter in math. They're very close in math. Boys are slightly ahead, but it's like very, very, very close. But the reading it's been a real problem for boys, and it still is. Just to throw that out there.
Yeah. And echoing that too, just in terms of national trends that we look at that are not necessarily New Hampshire, although we kind of mirror some of those national trends.
Yeah.
We are seeing nationally more increases in ELA sort of overall. Whereas we're tending to see more decreases with math at a national level.
Yeah.
So there's a widening gap right now between reading and math, and that gap seems to be getting larger.
Yeah, and so I think you can look at the New Hampshire, we do better on average than other states, but those trends are evident in our numbers too. It's definitely concerning. All right, well, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guys, can we do a short break before we get to the rest? I'm sorry to make everybody back their wait. I know it's been a long meeting. We're just gonna take a really quick break. We'll come back like 5 more.
We're going on break and you.
All the time.
Did it carry? That means.
Okay, you left.
I said you were broke.
It's back.
Okay, we're back.
The town wants it, it shouldn't be that hard. But that's my point, I wanna make it easier.
I'll say, we have withdrawal of town of Deering from Hillsborough Deering Cooperative School District. This is a notice that they need more time. We don't have to take action on this. There's a procedure for when they need more time, so we're just
Excellent.
taking the notice.
Thank you very much.
I don't think it's an action item. It was just
It's
a,
not,
right.
uh,
So I did that correctly.
Statutory procedure, they have to then continue, but it's next to their notify us they're doing that. Okay. I feel, before we get this, the restraint and seclusion report. Is anybody here from Langdon and Walpole? Just make sure, you're not supposed to be here. Okay, good. So, Langdon and Walpole, we're gonna do in December. So they're gonna come, we're gonna do this in December. Temple? Anybody from Temple? Okay.
I'm not in, I'm
You're not
actually
welcome. Yeah.
not here for Temple, I'm here for the committee.
Right. And then. Francistown, are you doing Francistown too? You're done for Francistown? Okay. So, as you guys should know, I tried to email everybody this morning, we won't be taking action today on this, but if you want to come make a presentation, you're welcome to come do that. We can take it up in December. It's up to you guys, if you want to present to us now, or you guys can wait. I know you've waited all day, so we might as well do it now if you'd like, whatever, but leave it up to you guys.
Well, actually, I'll let my folks from Francistown make a decision as well, but Curtis Hamilton, who is the chair, was here, but as you know, today ran long. He has childcare responsibilities. They took him to the bus stop to pick up a child.
Yeah.
So, I think after talking with Curtis, if we could defer making our presentations until December,
Sure.
that would make sense.
Oh, great. All right, thank you. Sorry you had to wait. Francistown.
Well, my statement is very short. I have one day. And Joining you at the table is Laura Mathieu, who's from our school committee. I just have a page-and-a-half statement, which is very similar to last year's. Commissioner Davis, I don't think I just saw her leave, so.
Yeah, we had to go.
Commissioner Davis, who's left, Chair Klein, and members of the New Hampshire Board of Education. My name is Charlie Pyle. I'm a member of the Francistown Select Board. I was the Francistown Select Board representative to the Conval Withdrawal Study Committee and a signatory to the Minority Report and Withdrawal Plan before you. Last year, when I sat here and spoke to you and presented the Francistown Minority Report, I asked that you approve our plan and permit us to make a case for withdrawal to the voters of the Conval School District. We did so last March. 81% of Francistown voters approved withdrawal, but we lost by 80 votes out of 4,398 cast across the entire Conval School District. And the subsequent special town meeting, voters in Francistown unanimously approved a request for a second withdrawal study committee to again consider our withdrawal. I should note that more voters participated at that May special town meeting than at our regular March town meeting. Francistown has a long history dating back over 200 years providing quality education to our children. We take pride in this fact. We helped create the Conval School District many years ago. That was one of our goals. Now we find it necessary to leave this district in order to preserve our in-town elementary school, regain local control over our educational system and finances, and uphold the values and priorities of our residents. What has changed in the past year? For us, quite a lot. We have spent the last year further investigating our obligations for creating a new school system. Members of our committee have reached out to the Mason, Hill, and Corner school districts. These are small, single school districts similar to Francistown, With the information gained from these schools and additional research, we've been able to further refine our withdrawal plan. Our findings confirmed our belief that this is the correct path forward. The questions at hand are whether it is feasible and suitable for Francistown to leave the Conval School District. The concept of feasibility asks the question whether Francistown can operate a viable, sustaining school district. And we believe that answer is yes. We developed a thoughtful, fiscally responsible plan that prioritizes local control and community values. Suitability is a state of or quality of being satisfactory or appropriate. Francistown has both the financial resources and public support to be its own school district. To repeat, educating Francistown children would be locally funded, locally maintained, and locally governed. As detailed in our minority report, we've indicated the benefits, financial feasibility, and outstanding issues. Also included in the report before you is the outline of our withdrawal plan. Our town leaders, the select board, school committee, and should we prevail, a new locally elected school board, along with the most important constituency, the voters, will have control over how to accomplish withdrawal and create a new, vibrant educational environment in Francistown. Therefore, we ask the Board of Education to consider allowing the voters to once again decide if Francistown may withdraw from the Conval School District. As I said last year, if you permit us to proceed to the voters, that will be the ultimate test, and in my humble opinion, the hardest test of all. So I thank you for allowing me to add these few comments. I hope that we will consider our request and grant us approval to proceed to the next step towards withdrawal. Respectfully submitted, Charlie Pyle for the Francistown Select Board and Francistown School Committee, November 13, 2025.
Thank you, Lisa. Anybody have any questions?
This is always confusing for me. You're the minority report.
Yes.
Majority report said a vote was held and there were six approved and 8 objected. So how do you move forward when more objected than approved?
Well, one thing I pointed out is that there were 3 members who were absent who would have voted
Oh, I see.
in our favor.
Okay.
So we felt we had support among the committee, just not when the votes were taken. And we have, as I specified, the support in the town. I can briefly say that after the vote in Conval that Tuesday, when we heard that we had lost by 80 votes, I communicated with fellow members of the committee saying, okay, what are we going to do? We need to go out and do a lot of work over the summer. Anything we can do. It wasn't on our warrant article in March. I went to, we have a wonderful chocolate shop in Francistown, Chocolate Cafe. I walked in the door and there must have been 25 people. The first thing they said is, when are we going to do something? How can we do it? And can we do it now? And that just steamrolled into support of the town, a special town meeting. And
Really, I want
here
to.
I am again.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Bob Best, legal counsel for Francistown. I don't know, to the extent your question was asking mechanically how you move forward. If this board rejects the majority report, accepts the minority report, it is cleared to go before the voters. So that's mechanically how it would happen, in addition to the reasoning and all that stuff. So
My apologies for not making it simpler.
That's good. That's why I was.
Thank you, Bob.
Anybody else?
You mentioned that the vote was different a year ago or back when the first vote was taken as opposed to where it is now? Meaning the 80 vote difference?
Yeah, we won by 81% in voters in Francistown approved our withdrawal, but the whole 9-town district, we lost by 80 votes. We had to, threshold was 40%. I think we were at 38.5, 39%.
I'm trying to pull up information. I'm sorry, I should have it right in front of me, but how many students are we talking about? Just, because it should be something I read in front of me.
How much?
How many students?
145.
145, thank you.
Francistown is stuck in a situation where they're their Hotel California into this district. They want to leave, but they can't get out. Because they're not being allowed out.
No, usually a proponent of freedom to get out.
That's
which
the
is-
way the statute's just in that way.
Yes, and all we really want is you're okay so that we can go back to the voters to make our case.
With that.
So I've let all the parties know because of, so we lost, our attorney got a new job. And the Department of Justice is currently looking to assign a new attorney to us, so you've got to have an attorney to review all of these withdrawal plans. I've skimmed them, I think they're gonna be legally fine. You guys have done this before. I don't think there's gonna be any problems, but we don't like to take a vote to move something forward to the voters without having at least a DOJ attorney just look it over and make sure all the proper steps were followed. Just to protect you guys, we didn't, it would be terrible if you got to a vote and there was some problem with the procedure. So that being the case, we're not gonna take action today. We'll do it at our December meeting, assuming we can. I know. No, yeah, no, I think we're good on the information, but I think we just wanna.
No, I was here and I figured that if you were here, we might as well.
You might as well talk.
Might as well talk
Yeah, I would assume
as briefly.
Dean would like to talk as
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Thanks. My thought was, and I don't know that I made it clear to the board, so I apologize for that. I actually am appearing on behalf of the majority of the committee, both as to Temple and as to Francistown. The same chair, of course, for both, Curtis Hamilton, and so we would like to reserve the right for him to make a brief presentation on the rationale behind the majority report. I would note with regard to Temple, it's a little bit different situation. You may notice that while they completed their work, the town actually voted to rescind their authorization of the withdrawal study. So that one is a little bit different than the Francistown situation.
Yeah.
So I don't know that there will be any detailed presentation on that one because the citizens of Temple spoke after the initial vote. But Mr. Hamilton definitely asked me to ask you if he could make a presentation in December.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And he will try to rival Mr. Pyle in terms of his brevity. And if you've read through the report and minority report, they're both detailed. Thank you.
Thank you guys, appreciate it, sorry.
Thank
for-
you.
I have a hard copy, if you would like.
Nice to see you again.
My email.
Okay, right.
And just to be clear too, the December meeting is in Keene. It's already posted, the location and everything on the website. The agenda's not there, but all the details are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck for us.
But it's already technically in place. On script through it.
Okay. All right, we're down to Franklin Pierce for CT, right?
Do you have school restraints?
Oh, right,
Are you doing restraint and seclusion
let's just, since you're up here, Dana, I know you're, we'll get to you in a second.
Not a problem.
Steve is joining also for council, so. And I think I put Franklin Pierce as no action, but I think that's not true, so just. Drew.
Yeah. See that.
Sorry, my error. Steve Appleby was also going to join us today. Yeah. Yeah, he went upstairs. Should I wait or?
I mean, if you.
Did you get him, do you want me to help get a message to him or you've already messaged him?
We have somebody running up to message him.
Okay.
lost our fearless leader.
Well, he could be your sidekick if you want to go ahead and start. Up to you.
You wanna be my sidekick?
No, I think Steve could be your sidekick,
Oh.
you know, so you can take over the leadership role.
Oh,
If
you
you
can
want,
do
or we
it.
can wait for Steve. I'm fine waiting.
Do you want him to jump?
I think he is right there.
There he is.
There we go. Best laid plans, right? Alright.
Quickly.
All of a sudden.
You stick around again.
I wasn't on my computer.
It's like, okay.
To be fair, I was meeting with the commission, so.
So hi, Laura Stoneking, Administrator for the Bureau of Educator Preparation and Higher Ed. And Director Steve Appleby is joining today. We have 4 CTE institutional agenda items for your discussion today. First is Franklin Pierce. I have Dr. Joan Swanson. She is the Director of Franklin Pierce's Ed Prep programs. And Dr. Jed Donelin, who is one of the deans.
Dean of the College of Liberal Arts, Social Science, Business and Education.
It's a big compliment.
Wow.
It's a mouth.
Yeah. Well, thanks, welcome. So, this all looked pretty straightforward to me. Do you guys want to add anything to what we have before us in the paperwork and the presentation? Thoughts from the state on this?
I think we rely on the reviewers, the Council for Teacher Education, to do their review. And then our role is to facilitate that report,
Yeah.
And pushing the paper around. So I think that report is accurate in capturing, the reviewers' review.
Great. We have this on the agenda as a non-action item, right? So this is following up with a report. There's no need for us to act on it. Correct?
Yeah. So last, when we were here, there were still concerns about the timing of meeting the state law for criminal history record check. That along with basic academic skills assessment, are really the 2 key elements that are required before any candidate is admitted into the educator preparation program pathway. So,
And we have met to really clarify and provide technical assistance. And I think we're all on the same page with how those events are supposed to happen sequentially.
Yeah, and I appreciate the clarity of the report. It was very well organized. Easy to follow. Anybody have any questions? Thank you for following through. Yeah. Yeah,
Been
thank you
sitting
guys.
here all day.
No, this.
I keep apologizing for the length of the meeting, and it just happens that way sometimes, so thank you for your patience.
it was informative.
That's a positive attitude.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Yep.
Great day.
Thank you. Safe travels. Thanks.
Well done.
New England College, I guess, really quick.
So Dr. Pat Corbett, who's the Vice President of Academic Affairs and the current also Director for their Ed Prep programs, sends her regrets. She was taken ill this morning and decided to spare all of us from sharing those germs. However, Dr. Tanya Sturts, who is the Dean of Accreditation at Keene State, also our Council for Teacher Ed Chair, has offered to be here in her stead. But Dr. Sturts can answer any of the questions because CTE has been involved in the discussions and the process and the request for the extension from NEC.
Yeah, anybody have any questions on this one? Extension, any thoughts about why it wouldn't be appropriate? It seems perfectly appropriate.
And I'm happy to move that the State Board of Education approve the extension from 8:30.
Cool.
I was just going to add that we support this request.
It just aligns it up.
The division does, yes.
I know. It makes sense. All right.
8:32, 2026 to 8:30, 2027 for the visual arts teacher, BA, MED, and licensure PEP levels.
All in favor? All right.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Thanks for coming all the way for that.
A fun filled day.
Yeah. Thanks.
This is the fun stuff I really enjoy doing.
Cool.
Introducing, this is another request, recommendation from the Council for Teacher Ed for the University of New Hampshire CPSO College of Professional Studies Online. What used to be referred to as Granite State College, they have their own separate ed prep program, which really is a very unique ed prep program. It targets a very unique population in New Hampshire of a lot of postgraduate or working individuals. And Kate Shumway Pitt has been at the director helm for quite some time. And we have Mike DeSalle, who is the dean. I'm not even gonna attempt to give the long titles because I usually mess them up. But I would just add, this is a request for full approval. The review team went in, we reviewed the electronic evidence, went down, had some interviews, got to see kind of their new, although they have a facility, they're mostly online, remote, with the exception, or there's a strong clinical part to it. But I would say with resounding results from the reviewers, from the chairs, from the Council for Teacher Ed, it is a solid program. It is well facilitated. We almost never have any candidate concerns that arise at our end. And they're very proactive with making sure that, you know, they're not just meeting requirements, but preparing candidates for licensure. So.
And just to refresh the board, UNH runs an ed prep program in Durham. CPS runs one in Manchester. They are separate.
Yes.
I think I'm speaking correctly, right? They are separate programs with separate structures, with separate leadership. And to piggyback on what Laura said, we find our the Granite State or CPS online. It'll always be the College for Lifelong Learning.
I still say Plymouth State College too.
It was
and I get in trouble
CLL
for that,
for
so.
many years. But you know, CPSO really we think is an exemplar of how these programs are run. And I just want to make sure that the board to remind everyone that it's two separate entities here.
So 2 questions. How has life gone since your merger?
It has gone well. I mean, no merger is effortless or without challenge. And typically merger challenges focus on cultural differences. I'm really happy that ultimately we decided to maintain what was Granite State College as a separate IPEDS code, as a separate division within my college. My college used to be UNH Manchester, and we rebranded the college as the College of Professional Studies to reflect the integration of CPSO. They maintain their independence. We maintain different graduation standards, different student admittance standards. And so we preserved, I think, what was great about Granite State College, while bringing some of what Granite State College was great at into Manchester. In particular, 40% of my residential students at Manchester take at least one CPSO course during the year. It gives them schedule flexibility and a different mode of learning that broadens their horizons. So I think it's been successful, but there's just a lot more potential to utilize what Granite State College was great at across the entire university system.
Does the cohort continue to be unique?
Yes, I mean, our average age is 34, mostly bachelor's completers, as well as students seeking certification. It is biasing a little younger because students increasingly are choosing all online. It's not a dominant trend, but we're seeing increases in traditional freshmen. It's small still.
What is your enrollment? What do your enrollment numbers look like?
We're about 2,000 students all in between degree and non-degree and graduate and undergraduate. Not counting the students, the residential students from UNH that are taking CPSO courses. That's about another 1,000.
So this is in Manchester campus?
Yes, I mean, the team is almost entirely virtual, including the faculty and staff. but we maintain swing space on the Manchester campus so that the team can get together when they need to or when they choose to.
I would add just one of the things that we've been trying to include for you all, on page 4 of the report. You can see the actual, numbers of program completers, relative to each licensure area. Significant numbers compared to some of our other preps.
While you're here, this maybe not be appropriate, but I'm gonna throw it out there anyway. Do you have a program for ELA teachers as well?
Not ELA licensure. We have an undergraduate program where students can focus on English language arts as an undergrad and then feed into a licensure program either in math, elementary ed, and general special ed, or I think I'm missing one. But we've been working very closely with the state and with our own lead faculty who's immersing herself in science-based reading.
Obviously, you're sitting here through the presentation, so
I was
you know the
very
genesis of
new.
my
Yeah.
question.
Yes.
Yes,
They do
so-
have reading, writing teacher and reading, writing specialist as well.
And
But yeah, but I would add, we listened to that presentation with great interest. We would be happy to be part of a conversation about taking a closer look at what's going on in Mississippi. And I would also offer that we may be a good partner for deploying some form of that focus on literacy throughout the state.
Thank you for that. That was sort of going through my head when she was talking about how Mississippi does it with their budget and the state employees, and I thought, well, that's not gonna work for New Hampshire. We have lots of partners with universities. Maybe there's some way we can sort of coordinate together and share resources and kind of, hodgepodge something together. Maybe that's not the best idea, but thinking out loud.
Yeah.
it popped into
The
the head.
letters training too that you've
Yeah.
supported has been phenomenal. Definitely.
And I would note, we have a model for working with what was Grant State College at the time during the pandemic, when we did taught teachers how to teach remotely.
Yeah.
And we put 1,000 educators statewide through that program, and Grant State was doing that.
And I think you guys have the sort of, facility with online learning.
We've got the platform.
Yeah, right, to maybe let us scale something statewide in a way that would work for New Hampshire.
Yeah.
So definitely would love to talk.
Yeah, it's in.
Great. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we ready for a motion?
Ready?
The State Board of Education moves to grant UNH College of Professional Studies online full approval for the life science teacher for grades 7 through 12 licensure PEP through August 30th, 2028.
Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Mike.
Was a long wait.
Yeah.
Okay, NHTI.
Yes, very dear friend. Spoke so highly of your whole approach and your program, and hence why I asked my questions. So, well, good luck. Thanks so much.
All right, so NHTI, to my right is Cynthia Lucero, the Director of Educator Preparation, along with about, I think, 7 other titles that she has. I will not try to list them all. And we have Paula Del Bonos. You've met her previously. She's the Associate Vice President of Academic Affairs, and Hector Iweka, who's the Vice President for Academic and Workforce Education at NHTI Concord's Community College. Rewinding a little, they were here not too long ago and had requested a 1-year extension for their educator preparation programs. When Dr. Kelly Moore Dunn retired, Dr. Dunn moved out of her role. Cynthia Lucero was promoted into that role, and they had requested the extension on the basis of hiring a replacement for Cynthia Lucero. Fast forward to today, things have changed. And so in an effort to be transparent, that's why we're back here, because the extension was based on the preface of hiring.
Thank you for coming and sitting and waiting and.
We actually enjoyed the Mississippi presentation. It was very educating because we are talking about it, you know, that what role can we play in that space? You know, because one of the things we hold very true and dear to NHTI is our mission of making sure we develop the workforce of tomorrow and making sure we develop the current workforce with the competencies and skill they need. And that starts with teaching. That starts with teachers in the classroom, you know. So we are anywhere we could play that role to help, you know, push this along is something we are open to.
Great, thanks. We'll definitely loop you guys into any conversation.
What about Alabama?
Well, we can talk on, we'll get the math at some point, one step at a time. Yeah, appreciate it. I think there could be very much a role for NHTI in this. I mean, you can just, again, off the top of your head, you can imagine a couple of different ways you guys could offer education or training or coaching, or I mean, there's just all kinds of things that you could build a program around that would really be useful. So.
Yes, because we are really passionate about the TCEP program that Cynthia is doing, you know, because when I came into New Hampshire about 2.5 years ago, that was one of the things that Kelly Dunn, you know, explained to me about how we are helping New Hampshire and how we are staying true to our mission with the TCEP program. So we're really passionate and committed to that program. And I know we are committed to supporting Cynthia, you know, building that sustainability around the program.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your patience.
It was a great day.
Okay, school restraint and seclusion.
Next. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Diana Fenton. I'm an attorney here at the department. I oversee the governance unit, which includes Richard Farrell, who historically has always done the restraint and seclusion presentation. I think this board has always enjoyed hearing from Rich. He sends his regards because he is currently in the Caribbean on vacation. So he really does wish he could be here with you.
Yeah.
Does he though?
This was a missed on location board meeting opportunity.
I would agree with that. He did tell me, he gave me some very wise words. He said, Fenton, try not to mess it up.
Is that exactly what he said?
Sometimes he speaks like a former state trooper, so I will spare you. But for frame of reference, restraint and seclusion is governed by RSA 126U. And we have, since 2018, 2019, the law has required the department to bring forward the numbers that we collect from the school districts. And the restraint and seclusion law is applicable to publics, charter schools, and non-publics. And so you'll see these two different groupings within your packet of information. I think it's important, the numbers somewhat speak for themselves, but we can unpack it a little bit. When we look at the numbers that were generated, it is important to keep in mind, we have seen a decrease if you look at the public school restraint and seclusion report. A little bit of a decrease in the number of restraints from last year. But for frame of reference, it's important to recognize that the law governing restraint and seclusion was amended in 2023. And whenever the restraint and seclusion law is amended, and in that particular legal change, it prohibited prone restraints and it modified the definition of the term seclusion. There is interpretation in the field which results in higher numbers because the field is trying to keep pace with the legislative changes. And so typically we see a trend of over-reporting when there's a legislative change, and then it will moderate out. And so as we see these numbers, I just remind you to keep in mind that we have had that recent legislative change.
You may be getting to this, and I apologize, but can you give a brief, high-level overview of what is defined as seclusion? And what, because I was looking at some of these and I'm seeing that majority of the occurrences happen in younger elementary schools, not high schools. So I'm assuming it might be more disruptive kids, behavioral or something along those lines, as opposed to, you know, bad apple teenager or something. And seclusion, is that time out in a corner, or what is that? If you could just give a high level. I know it's maybe baked in here, but just for
So
purpose.
what I find interesting about the restraint and seclusion law is the terms restraint and seclusion, they are defined as to what it is, right? And we can do the high level as you requested. Restraint is bodily physical restriction, mechanical devices, or any device that immobilizes a person, as one would suspect. But what I find fascinating about it is the law also says what restraint isn't. And so when you look at this area of the law, it's really important to look at what actions fall outside of that definition. And so the brief touching or holding to calm, comfort, encourage, or guide a child would fall outside of the term restraint.
Subjective. Couldn't that be very subjective in certain
could be.
situations? Yeah.
It could be, absolutely. The temporary holding of the hand, wrist, arm, shoulder, or back for purposes of inducing a child to stand, if necessary, falls outside of the term. The use of seatbelts, safety devices, or similar passenger restraints during transportation, it falls outside of it. Similarly with seclusion, and I will, for frame of reference, what I'm referring to and reading directly from is a technical advisory that was issued in 2023 that is on our website, along with a variety of other technical advisories on a wide variety of topics. And seclusion. So the term seclusion is the involuntary confinement of a child alone in any room or area from which the child is unable to exit, either due to physical manipulation or from which the child reasonably believes they are not free to leave. And that language, the reasonably believes they're not free to leave, that was what was added in 2023.
That language would include asking a child to take time out in the corner of a room with other students in the room, correct?
That could be seen as a therapeutic intervention.
Okay.
So the term therapeutic intervention is not defined in the statute. It is talked about, but it's not defined. And so the field has defined it in their policies at the school district level. But I think what you are starting to identify is the difficulty at times that the field has with interpreting the restraint and seclusion law. It is a challenging area of the law. And so my earlier point of whenever there is a legislative change, the pendulum will swing and you'll see, again, historically, higher numbers because the field is trying to keep pace with the legislative change. And so it's just important to keep in mind what has happened in that historical context legislatively.
It just seemed in reviewing the data that there were some school districts, I can name them, like North Londonderry and others, that had a higher number than some other schools that just had zero. And is it, there's lies, damn lies, and then there's statistics. Data can be taken so many different ways. It's like, is it that these schools have more occurrences, or they're interpreting them a different way than the other schools? Because some schools, it just seems they're 0, 0, 0, 0, and other schools are off the charts.
Well, and sometimes you have to look very carefully. If you look at Broad Street Elementary School, you look at the population that that school serves. This is what Rich has educated me on. You're going to see a high population of children with autism. And so you are going to have those higher numbers at certain schools. And I think historically, if you look at the number for that school in particular, you will see that every year, those high numbers.
Is it from testing, or is it from the population cannot have a higher autism number in this is Nashua, is it?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So population cannot have a higher percentage of autism. Is it because they do any additional tests that shows more of them show up as autistic?
I can't speak to what they do at that school in particular, although I'm happy to look into that for you. But my understanding is that that is what Rich has shared with me, is that historically that is a school that just has a higher population of children who have autism and other significant needs that might end up with the need for
My kids
restraint.
studied there. So
I'm sorry?
My kids went to that school. Yeah.
Could it also be, I mean, if it's a statistic of the population at large and I mean, I'm looking at Golden Brook School in Wyndham. I mean, it's a affluent town and whatever, but 1,100 students in there and zero. So if it's a function of a percentage of the population is on the spectrum or has troubled kids or whatever, there should be some of those 1,100, even a smaller number, but there's zero. So I'm wondering, is this and I'm not doubting the data.
Sure.
But is it more of a function of the educators' instruction on how to handle situations as opposed to the students themselves? Meaning, in some schools, they're gently being taken or they're being done something. In other schools, they're being put in another room or they're being more physically restrained. It doesn't seem like, when I looked at the data, I saw a population of 300 or 400 and 200 restraints or seclusions, and then 1,100 and zero.
So I can just tell you from asking Rich about this for many
Yeah.
years, there's not one comprehensive answer. Schools have different ways of dealing with things sometimes. But one of the things that Rich has mentioned in the past, and I'm not trying to put words in Rich's mouth, he's not here, but just my recollection is that there are some schools that, when it comes to restraints, seclusions, often those are the same child over and over and over again.
Oh, so the number can be, like, if it's 200, it could be 50 times with the same
Incidents
kid?
are-
I did not know that.
Yes,
I did
these
not,
are
that.
These aren't individual
thank you.
students. So you will
Oh.
you will see schools that will have a high number of restraints because there are a couple of kids that are restrained over and
I was
over
thinking
and
unique
over.
unique situations.
Yeah.
You know, 200 to 400. I'm like, what is
No,
going
no.
on here?
These could be, so, we track the numbers. We don't do some in-depth, the department's not equipped to interview people and massive amount of research on this. So this is not an explanation that can explain all the numbers, but just one possible and based on experience, very probable explanation for schools that have large numbers relative to others is that they may have a handful of students that are just repeatedly restrained. So you
And
do have that.
to your point, and I appreciate that, if you look at Lamprey River Elementary School has 68, and that it involves the same 5 children.
See, that right there clears up a lot for me because I was looking at the percentages or demographic. I thought they were unique.
No.
So thank you. That clears up a lot.
Yeah.
Diana, who does the investigation of the restraints and the seclusions to close them out?
So in large part, it's done at the school level. The reporting is done at the school level, and then these numbers are provided to us annually. And then what we do, what Rich and I do, is we review all the numbers cumulatively. And then Rich will reach out and ask for the individual reports, review them, especially if we're seeing, to your point, those very high numbers. But we're not doing the daily reporting, things of that nature. If there is an allegation of a violation of restraint and seclusion, that is reported to our office and we will undertake that investigation.
Does the comment I made earlier, I don't know if it's accurate or not. I was reading through the data and I saw the majority were with younger students. Would this topic also occur with older students. I didn't see a large number in the high schools. Maybe I missed it. I saw it mostly in elementary schools and I'm
It
thinking,
typically is in elementary. I mean, just again, I've been looking at these reports now for 8 years and that's a consistent pattern. You just don't see a lot of it in high schools.
A lot of it too, like, you have like a kindergartner that like a parent that like just is not complying and teacher picks that kindergartner up. A school could report that as like, they have now been restrained.
It might be shocking to you that elementary age children have slightly less impulse control than high school kids. So, yeah, so I think that's what you're seeing here a lot.
but there wouldn't be a situation with a high school kid where, you know, put them off in a room somewhere. It just doesn't, it's not shown in the data. And I guess that doesn't
I
happen.
think there are a few, but generally speaking, I don't think that's, again, not the expert here, but just, I think that tends to be high schools deal with these things in different ways than elementary schools do. You're not as likely to physically restrain a student in the high school setting. You deal with that in other ways. So.
Thank you.
Oh, that's all I want for.
Right, yeah. So, thanks, Dan.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you for
Thanks for your patience. I hope you
filling in for boat boy.
Well, it's always a pleasure to present at 3 p.m. I always get the. Yeah, exactly. So thank you for your time and your patience and for taking the time to review these numbers. It is such an important and complicated area of the law, and something we take very seriously.
And even though I think that it would be nice to have more robust data and more in-depth explanations for things, at least it's some touch point for the state to keep tabs on what's going on, which is important.
I would appreciate just an overview survey of across the state, how we're dealing with kids who present challenges.
Yeah, I don't know that that's a big question. That's a really big question. It would be a good one to try to drill down on and maybe get a presentation on.
And it's important to recognize too, that the restraint law also applies to DHHS and children who are in facilities. And so if you were to do an overview, I would suggest that it include both agencies because the law is applicable to both.
So I was on the board of the Dover Children's Home for 10 years, served as chair for a couple, and it's a restraint-free residential treatment facility. And they, the children, the youth that are residents, more frequently now are coming from locked down facilities than prior. And typically these kids they're challenged to have the skills to live freely in the community based on how locked down they were. It's revealing.
Yeah.
And if this data could be a little bit more nuanced, like the whole misunderstanding that we had.
Yeah.
You know, could have been part of the data, the number of kids versus number of incidents, you know, so.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. We're always trying to make the process better and refine it. And I think that is a very good point to.
So that's why I was so surprised that we cannot have so many kids with autism in
Right.
just in one city rather than somewhere else, you know. So
Especially one school where like all of Nashua goes to that school, right? So you wouldn't. No, but that's maybe something if you guys have the number of students for each of these two, if that can be slotted into the report, that would be useful for us to help
Yeah.
understand.
It's not in there now, though.
No,
Okay, good. So that's a good point. That's a very good point.
we like more data. I like this board.
It's contextual.
I wish you like this board.
That's great.
We hope he likes this.
You never know from day to day.
Through his face.
You guys. All right, well, thanks, Diana.
Thank you very much.
Now, do you have to accept it? Because I haven't,
We can just do
I-
that.
I mean.
I have to add your signature to the letter and then send it off tomorrow. I'm poised to do that, but
Let's just go to accept.
Do you make a motion to accept the Seclusion.
Restraint and seclusion.
Restraint and seclusion report,
Second.
2024-25.
Oh, Jim got it.
I said it before she finished. That's
I
how
know.
I got it.
Right, okay.
Now I feel good about adding your signature. I'll ship it off tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Don't be a stranger.
Touch truck now.
I will not.
Drop
I'll
by
be sure to
your
say
office.
hello. Thank you. It's always nice to see you.
So we've got the initial proposal for school psychology, and we don't have anybody here. From the, you guys wanna do this? So I read through this thing and, to me, it looked very much like a copy and paste from a national organization. And in there, there was a lot of references to aligning with NASP standards. And some of the stuff goes beyond what this board has been comfortable doing in the past. So I think this might need more discussion.
And make a motion to table.
There you go. Do you have any insights on that, Stephen? Like how some of these?
I think the issue, school psychologists, some of this speaks to the structure of how the PSB operates.
Yeah.
Form a subcommittee to look at a particular endorsement. The first thing that subcommittee does is ask the department for a list of all educators who hold the endorsement.
Exactly.
And they bring a bunch of those folks in. Well, those are the very folks who are gonna be members of a national organization or look at national standards. And sometimes that works well, and sometimes it doesn't, depending on that national body.
Yeah.
And that's, so, and then in the case of school psychologists, the other piece they looked at was what the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification has for standards, because they have a school psychologist license as well. So that school psychologists can bill for Medicaid.
Yeah.
Right, just a quick refresher. The federal government about 5-6 years ago told the state that if you hold a DOE license, a state board of ed license, you can't bill us for services. You have to have a medical board license. So I worked with the Board of Psychology at the time, Brewer members, and they created an endorsement for school psychologists as well. So the group in this case, we convene a group of folks from the field, school psychologists, they look at the national standards, and they look at what the Board of Psychology is doing. And that's how you get where we are. So I'm happy to try and round up some folks for the next meeting.
Yeah, I think that might be useful because there were some changes that looked, just fine. And then there were some changes that were pretty extensive in adding a bunch of new content, and it just struck me as boilerplate, downloaded kind of stuff, and I'm not sure that's where we want to go, so we have a motion to table.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
For the second initial proposal, I was expecting the deputy commissioner to be here because he was the one that brought these rules forward, so I don't know if you have any questions on that. But I would not really be able to answer a whole lot of questions, but I did include his cover letter from when he initially brought, his initial proposal forward for what he wanted to make for the changes.
Yeah. So I think this change makes some sense. I'm not sure I could explain it with the precision that Rich can. I'm sure I can.
There's a threshold, and there's a threshold, and you have to exceed that threshold in order to get money.
Yeah.
And infrequently do you reach that threshold. Okay, that should do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, so.
You're right.
So I know Rich has been, one of his things he was working on was this issue before he was elevated to his current position. So he's done a lot of research into this.
So I motion to approve the initial proposal ED 1019.03 and ED 1019.11 regarding the setting aside of funds from vending machine income in the New Hampshire Business Enterprise Program.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then the last thing on the rules agenda, the last item is to adopt ED 50508 and the accompanying forms.
How much work was this?
You really want to know?
No,
I'm in awe.
I'm just
It was
in
a lot
awe.
of
How are you,
Preparing forms.
how are your eyes doing?
And it was a team of people.
Yeah.
Now, the good thing is we have less forms, I think. When we're done this, we will have less forms.
That's what.
She did a lot. She did a lot. She's the trooper on that, but we will have less forms. We had.
There were 18 or 19, and now we have.
Almost 2,000 forms, and now we have 8. So we're better.
Great.
Alrighty, I move the State Board of Education adopt ED 505.08 relative to the application instructions and related forms for processing educator credentials.
Second.
All in favor?
Right.
Just bring up one quick thing based on the Mississippi presentation before. I just wanted to remind the board that thank you, Julie, that you had approved last year adding foundations of reading test to early childhood special ed and special ed endorsements. So now early childhood special ed teacher, special ed teacher, elementary education teacher, K6, K8, and reading writing specialist all take the foundations of reading exam in order to get their license. Reading writing teacher takes the reading test to get their license. Reading writing specialist is above a teacher. They teach teachers, right? So they take a higher level test. So we do that now. I will tell you that it is a difficult, the foundations of reading test is difficult, and we do see pass rate fluctuations from times with some schools. Some colleges are struggling more with foundations of reading, as I alluded to earlier, when I differentiate CPSO. And I think it's also important to note, I had a conversation with a legislator this past summer who was putting in more legislation regarding reading and around reading testing for existing educators. And one note that I did point out to him was, I believe it was Kentucky, about 4 years ago, decided to have all teachers at renewal time take the basic academic skills test and had something like 9,000 fail it the first year. Which means they couldn't relicense these folks, which means that fall they had an immediate teacher shortage. Thousands of teachers.
Any waivers issued?
So they came up with an emergency rule to roll it back. So what I did counsel him was, that legislator was, this might not be something to put in legislation because now we're locked in till the next session and you could artificially de-license, so to speak, thousands of educators.
Sure. Yeah, but you could build a process in for the board to do it, and that would be.
Right. And that's, we would love to see, work with the board on something like
And I
that.
think just, because we want to avoid that cliff, if you put a high test, difficult test in and decide that's your standard for passage for. You probably want a grace period of multiple attempts to pass it the first time, because you don't want to create that shortage just all of a sudden. We don't do that.
We would love to, like I said, work with the board if you want to move forward in that direction.
Awesome.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So there's no commissioners update. Go to another meeting. I don't have anything for open board discussion. We still got that placeholder there. Anybody?
No, I'm just looking at the minutes because I didn't see them.
So
They
the
just
minutes-
reappeared. They.
I know, they just, I put them in there, but they're really not, I don't feel complete.
Yeah.
So, I just wanted them to be there, so. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we don't put those up because they need to be fleshed out a little more. They're very
Yeah.
thin.
I need to work with our vendor a little bit on that.
Okay.
So does that bring us
That,
to sleep?
yep, the last two things on the consent agenda.
And move to approve the Bath Land F School District tuition agreement and the Pinkerton Academy itemized counting FYI as a slate.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we want to just table the minutes just to make it official?
Yes, make a motion to table the minutes from October.
What are we doing with the whole charter school language
We're
thing?
still waiting for legal and we don't have a lawyer, and so it's gonna.
Can need a second.
Second.
Okay, second.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor of tabling the minutes?
Aye.
Can I ask, did somebody on the adopt the general application instructions? I missed that. Was there a motion on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
The
the
board?
standards.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
That would be me.
Sorry. I don't know why I missed it.
Him.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we did that one.
Okay, motion to disperse.
Yes.
But we should use the official word to adjourn. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.